And I'm Tommy Lahren. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
President Trump says there's never been a first day like it.
I signed a sweeping slate of executive orders to stop the invasion of our borders. I launched a government-wide effort to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life and bring down the cost of energy, magnificently bring it down.
Highlighting some of his Inauguration Day executive actions while announcing a major new investment in the U.S. yesterday. The heads of OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank forming a joint venture known as Stargate, which plans to sink some $500 billion into the infrastructure that's needed for artificial intelligence to keep growing.
This is a very large investment that affects all of humanity.
Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison telling Fox News they're replacing the largest computer ever built with an even bigger one, a data center he says could lead to major medical advances. The AI announcement coming as the administration continued to announce rollbacks of Biden decisions on President Trump's first full day back at the White House.
I don't think it's the pace anyone expected.
Bill McGurn is former chief speechwriter for President George W. Bush, member of the Wall Street Journal editorial board, and a Fox News contributor.
I mean, he hinted about it with the executive orders, but the difference between this time and 2017, the Trump team is much better organized. You know, they want to fill the departments with their cabinet heads. They had an agenda. They had all those executive orders. They kind of know what they want to do quickly.
How important is the first 100 days for a president?
Well, on the one sense, it's completely artificial. I mean, you could be a far-reaching president if you don't have everything done in your first 100 days. I think it's an impetus to get things done, though, and to make it possible to do other things. It reflects a political law. You have so much political capital when you come in. You're new, you're fresh, everyone gives you the benefit of the doubt, usually. And so you want to use that time because political capital goes quickly. If you don't spend it, you lose it. And I think they want to use that capital to get through what they want. And they have looked at it very closely, and they know what policies they want to change, what they want to keep, what they want to modify. In the long term, executive orders are generally not going to do it because they can be undone by the next guy. So what you want are laws which require it to be passed in the House and Senate. And Republicans have majorities there, but they're very slim. And so you can't have any defectors.
Yeah, with a slim majority, especially in the House, things can get tricky, though, right? I mean, are Republicans united enough to get the Trump agenda moving?
Well, I hope so. I think that's where leadership also comes in. You know, Donald Trump made a few phone calls before the election of Speaker Johnson, and I think he's going to have to do a lot more of that. You know, if you leave Congress to itself, it becomes a madhouse. When you have the same party, you want to show direction and leadership and thoughtfulness and persuade the people to come along. Because if they don't want to vote for you and they're really resolute, there's not a lot you can do to stop them or persuade them to come over your side. So it's a real exercise in leadership and discipline.
Is a sense of urgency what Republicans should have while they do control both the House and Senate? Or is there a risk of taking on too much?
Well, there's always that risk. But I would say, look, having been in the White House in the second term of George Bush, the White House, every day, there's a sense of emergency. It's an unreal situation. Someone described it to me before I entered the White House as saying it's like you get on a merry-go-round and it doesn't stop until you're out of office. And I think that's right. So there's always a sense of urgency in the White House, less of a sense of urgency in the House and especially the Senate, where they want to talk things over. They don't want to just be a rubber stamp. So you have to lead them, you know, provide real leadership, give them reasons for what you want, and help them in their fights.
What do you think is the most important this time for President Trump's first 100 days, showing progress on the economy or perhaps border security?
Yeah, I would say the economy, but the economy is such a cold word. I don't mean GDP figures, interest rates, and so forth. I mean, he has to get the economy working so people, ordinary Americans, feel opportunity and upward mobility. I think that happened in the first Trump term, which is one reason he was reelected this time. It happened, but that's what you have to aim at: freeing up the economy, making sure it represents opportunity for everyone to rise on the dint of their hard work and enterprise.
The Senate now minority leader, Chuck Schumer, has already said that he thinks some of the reversals of Biden era policies will have the effect of costing people more money on things like prescription drug costs. But the White House put out a statement shortly after President Trump was sworn in saying, we're going to direct federal agencies to address the cost of living. Some of these ideas may be just, on paper for now. So the question becomes how to show actual results and how quickly they can show results.
Well, the point about those results, they have to be real. And if they're real, people will feel it in their lives. I mean, one problem the Biden administration had, like, for example, inflation, which I think was the overriding issue. Yes, they brought the rate of increase way down from 9% a few years ago, but the prices have remained about 20% higher than when he entered into office. And people feel that. And the mistake the Biden people made is that people are feeling that, and they told them, oh, no, you're not. They gaslit us with all inflation's transitory. It won't react. Now it's not an issue. And, people in there go to the grocery store, fill up a tank of gas. They all see different. So I think if he can do that, restore to the American people the sense that they can get ahead, that tomorrow will be better for their children than today, it buys a lot of credibility for the other things he wants to do.
Does President Trump maybe get more leeway than a normal president, especially the second time around? And, perhaps considering how passionate, his base's support is?
Well, it depends who you ask. If you ask the New York Times, I doubt it. In the press corps, they're still in denial. And many of the Democrat Party, I think they're in denial about Trump. They're not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. A lot of people will. But that's because Trump is peculiar among presidents, kind of like Reagan. Not that their styles are the same. In fact, they're very, very different. But Trump connects with his people. I think we saw that this week with the thousands, tens of thousands gathered in Washington, despite the snow and the bad weather, to see him take the oath of office, to be in the city just at the same time he'd be sworn in. So he really connects. He's found a way to connect to the American worker and the ordinary family in a way you would never expect for a New York billionaire. I mean, on paper, could never happen. But that is what's like Reagan. Reagan's spoken language, ordinary Americans understood. Reagan and Trump even sometimes are called the great communicators. Reagan famously said he wasn't a great communicator. He had a great communication. Trust the American people and make them freer, and it'll work out well. I think Trump is kind of getting there, has the same points. He's done so much. To go through any one of them in detail, you can argue about this or that point. But I think he understands putting the American people back to work, having an economy that serves them.
Do you anticipate the media treating him any differently this time around? Is there even a chance of that?
I think there is. I'm open. It's one of the things I'm going to be looking for to see if there's any difference. But I think we in the media are the least self-reflective people in the country. And we live in our bubble. I think too many in the media write or do stories for their colleagues, their friends, and stuff in the media, and not for their actual readers or viewers. And so I think may take them longest to come around. And I think secretly, look at the treatment, not of Trump. I mean, Trump calls people names. You know, you call Nikki Haley Bird Brain Haley. Okay, you're going to get pushback, and it's going to be nasty too, right? He can handle that. But a lot of the people that support him, the word MAGA was used as a sneer, kind of as a synonym for uneducated Yahoo or bigot. And that came from the president on down. I think President Biden refers to them as almost Nazis or semi-fascists and so forth. And it's just, they were just so maligned. When you see them in Washington, you see ordinary people who believe in America, who believe that America was great and can be great. And they finally see a president who reflects their beliefs. They root for him, as they did in this last election. And they've been horribly maligned over the last 4 years.
You know, some Republican lawmakers had suggested that any Capitol riot defendants convicted of violence should not receive clemency. Does President Trump risk getting in his own way, essentially, by pushing buttons that some in his own party don't want to push?
Well, it's done now, right? So can't do anything about it. I personally would not support the pardons for the violent offenders. I think there were excessive sentences in other cases. But frankly, politically speaking, Joe Biden pardoning his family in the last minutes of his administration just gave President Trump great cover for those pardons. So I think they'll be forgotten in a short time. Whether they're right or wrong, I think in a few weeks, no one will care.
I know you're the former chief speechwriter for President George W. Bush, so I'm curious what you thought about the second inauguration address. Did it set a different tone?
It did. It set a different tone from his first inaugural, you know, where he made reference to American carnage. In this one, he talked about the golden era. That's what people want to hear. A first inaugural should be aspirational, and you're telling the American people what you plan to do for them and why and how. And I think Donald Trump, was a very Donald Trump speech at parts the time he seemed to go into a mini State of the Union, going over all the different things he was going to do. But I think the general tone was aspirational, and I think very welcome.
Bill McGurn, Fox News contributor, we always appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A promise is potent. Born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through. Always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. President Trump says the private sector is investing big in American-developed AI. Fox's Jared Halpern has more from the White House.
The leaders of Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI are forming Stargate, a joint venture promising at least $500 billion in new artificial intelligence infrastructure like data centers.
What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor and others are competitors.
President Trump announced the venture alongside the tech CEOs.
AI holds incredible promise for all of us, for every American.
Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison says AI especially holds potential for medical advancements. The first data center is being constructed in Texas. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President Trump says he'll issue an executive order to increase the availability of water in California as Los Angeles' deadly wildfires continue. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more from Los Angeles.
President Trump telling reporters at the White House California is restricting water resources, seemingly suggesting a change in the state's water management led to Los Angeles' fires.
we're going to be issuing an executive order demanding that they immediately let that water come down through California.
California Governor Gavin Newsom responding by sharing a PolitiFact quote on social media stating regional water reservoirs in Southern California are at historical highs, adding a change in Northern California's water management would not have affected the fire response. President Trump went on to say he'll visit Los Angeles after visiting North Carolina on Friday. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
More Israeli hostages freed from Hamas captivity in Gaza under the ceasefire deal and direction from President Trump. Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer has more.
President Trump made clear that freeing the Gaza hostages is one of his administration's top priorities, already incorporating some of their family members in the inaugural events. According to the Times of Israel, 4 more female Israeli hostages will be released by Hamas on Saturday in exchange for Palestinian inmates. Their identities, though, right now are unknown at this time. The fragile ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas is now in its 3rd day with no significant violence reported, but it will be tested in the coming days as Israel just launched a major operation in the West Bank.
And with a new president, there are new TikTok plans. Fox's Eben Brown has more on this.
The outgoing president, Joe Biden, chose not to enforce a ban on TikTok, which so far hasn't been bought by a U.S. company. The social media app's parent, China-based ByteDance, shut the service down for a time on Sunday, but reactivated it after learning President Trump was hoping to come to some sort of agreement after taking office the next day. And in the flurry of initial executive orders, the returning president resolved to wait 75 days, encouraging ByteDance to sell, even if just 50% of the app, to a U.S. owner. Critics say the law doesn't permit the time extension and plan to challenge it in court. Eben Brown, Fox News.
A deep freeze for the southeast with snow falling from Louisiana across to the Florida Panhandle and into South Carolina. The storm pushing out into the Atlantic, but the cold temperatures expected to stick around a few more days before things get back to normal by the end of the week, into the weekend and next week. And the Trump administration directing all federal diversity, equity, and inclusion staff be put on leave with plans to lay them off. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Can you throw a football 40 yards out?
40 yards? I'm not so sure. Can you?
Of course.
Well, yeah, that's one of the claims that he always makes is a 40-yard football throw.
Dan, have you seen him throw it 40 yards?
No. We did have a contest. It was close.
We'll make it to Mulligan's, make it to the beach, and see him throw it 40 yards on the beach. We'll measure it out.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A good day on Wall Street Tuesday, up across the board as the Dow grew 538, the S&P 500 was up 53, and the NASDAQ gained 127. Netflix beat expectations in its earnings report, announcing it's also surpassed 300 million paid memberships and added a record of almost 19 million in the fourth quarter. 3M and United Airlines also beat expectations in their earnings reports. Discover, Johnson & Johnson, and Procter & Gamble all issue earnings reports today. President Trump joining CEOs Larry Ellison of Oracle, Masayoshi Son of SoftBank, and OpenAI's Sam Altman in announcing the formation of Stargate Tuesday. That's a new company which will invest at least $500 billion in AI infrastructure in the United States. And the acting chair of the SEC saying the agency would launch a crypto task force to develop regulatory framework for digital assets. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
In 1894, a man named Wong Kim Ark, born in San Francisco to Chinese immigrant parents, sailed back to San Francisco after a visit to China. A port official opposed to Chinese immigration denied him re-entry. Seeing in his file, Wong's parents were Chinese, so that means he was too. Wong's case eventually made it to the Supreme Court, which ruled the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, passed after the abolition of slavery, guarantees citizenship to anyone born in the United States. President Trump wants that to change.
It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, we'll see. We think it We have very good grounds.
Well, there are several other countries that have what's called in Latin jus soli, right of soil. Most do not.
Well, you know, what many people don't understand in this debate is that the United States is in something of a minority with regard to birthright citizenship.
Jonathan Turtle, he's a George Washington University law professor and Fox News contributor.
Many countries, including some of our closest allies, do not recognize birthright citizenship. And instead, you have to be a citizen or born to a citizen to be able to acquire that status. So what happened in the United States is the 14th Amendment happened. And so it affords citizenship to anyone born on our soil, regardless of their status. But the amendment itself was written in a quirky way because of six ill-defined words. And those words are, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So in the middle of the key statement that all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States is this clause, and subject to jurisdiction thereof. So since the very beginning, many people have said that that language was inserted because this only applies to people who are citizens or legal residents. Now, that would be consistent with a lot of our closest allies, that you have to be here as a citizen or legal resident, and that if you have a child, that child has citizenship. And for some of the drafters, like Senator Lehman Trumbull, said in the debate that this would not apply to foreign citizens and only to U.S. citizens, but others disagreed. And the Supreme Court has largely indicated that it believes that that language is superfluous, that if you're born in the United States, you are indeed treated as a citizen.
I mean, you mentioned that we're in the minority. We are, if you count up all the countries, but almost all the countries in North and South America have some form of it. Although, but there may be some residency requirements and such. And a lot of other countries in Europe and other parts of the world have this, where at least one parent has to be a citizen. But it's not like it's completely unprecedented what we're doing here. So now this has been challenged before. It's been upheld before. Is that language, do you think, the grounds for the Trump administration's challenge here? Could the Supreme Court maybe look at that wording and reinterpret it to mean not those people?
It most certainly can, and you're also correct. There are about 30 countries that recognize what's called the right of the soil, and the United States is one of them. Our European allies, most countries in the world, follow what's sometimes called right of blood, and refuse to recognize births just because they occur on their soil. The Supreme Court could very well take a look at this. It hasn't had a straight-on review of this question in the way that it might be coming. The Trump administration is clearly intent on triggering that debate, and it's frankly been long in coming, and it may not be a bad thing, even if the Supreme Court reaffirms that anyone born on our soil is a citizen. It may then spur a further question as to whether the Constitution should be amended, and to join our allies in saying that you have to be a citizen or legal resident in order to give birth to someone who can claim U.S. citizenship.
Well, let's say you want to tear it out at the root and the language thing doesn't hold and you want to just start over, get rid of it, or change the language yourself. Remind me how you get an amendment amended or overturned.
The framers intentionally made that process difficult because they did not want the United States Constitution loaded up with amendments. They wanted to require a higher degree of consent. So the Constitution provides that you can only change this with a 2/3 majority vote in Congress, in both the House and the Senate, or by a constitutional convention called by 2/3 of the state legislatures. This generally goes through Congress. As difficult as it is, it's still an easier system than a constitutional convention. It's doubtful that we could get there because the Democrats hold almost half of the seats in both houses, and they will be overwhelmingly opposed to getting rid of birthright citizenship.
I mean, there are already obviously lawyers teed up and ready to go at 12:01 p.m. on Inauguration Day to challenge this and some other stuff. President Trump, he signed dozens. Well, first of all, let's get into a definition. Dozens of executive orders and actions. Now, those words are sometimes heard, at least interchangeably, but they're really not. Like, some are meant to have the rule of law, subject to these challenges, obviously, and some are just sort of, some don't have legal weight behind them, right? This is just a priority that I want done.
That's right, because executive orders are not forms of legislation. They cannot change federal law, even though a lot of presidents seem to want to do so. So oftentimes there'll be a great outcry when a president issues an executive order that contradicts the language of a law. The executive order cannot stand against a federal law. The president can prioritize enforcement policies. The president can direct agencies on how to carry out the law, and that does give them, to some degree, a way to practically negate the law. President Obama did that by basically telling his agencies not to enforce the immigration laws against certain categories of undocumented people. So they can have a practical effect in that way. You're right that many of the executive orders tend to be more aspirational. So, for example, in saying there's not going to be birthright citizenship, an executive order cannot be dispositive on that question. He's saying that agencies are going to treat it in that way. But I think with birthright citizenship, it's very clear that there might be a meeting of minds here. You know, the left wants to challenge all these executive orders. On this occasion, I think the Trump administration wants them to challenge the birthright issue. I think they want to get it into court. They want to get a review of the court, and maybe to spur this debate as to whether we need to join our allies and narrow these requirements. Because you know, there's some estimates that put like 6% of new births fall into this category in the country. That's a huge number for any country.
President Trump, on the flip side of the Obama strategy, he said he wants this mass deportation of people in the country illegally. Now, besides the logistical challenges and the financial challenges, and you might end up accidentally rounding some people up who could sue you for, end up with some money for wrongful imprisonment. What legal arguments are going to be made by advocates of some of these immigrants that are going to be up for deportation?
Well, the first strategy for many of these groups is simply to gum up the works, get into court, get injunctions, slow this process down. I argue that some of these steps have to go through rulemaking, which is a very long process under the APA for administrative procedures. And those are usually the most successful forms of challenges because they're just designed to sort of freeze everything in administrative amber. In terms of challenging the right to exclude them or to deport them, the primary argument will be that if they are alleging asylum, they are entitled to a hearing. But what that hearing is a matter of debate. The federal courts, while requiring hearings, have not required a great deal from those hearings. That is, they require the ability of a person to be heard, to present evidence. But the federal courts tend not to micromanage the decisions of immigration judges. So the first question is going to be whether any of these initial administrative challenges, based on just sort of the procedures and the notice given, will succeed in stopping the deportations. Keep in mind that the Trump administration, curiously, will be able to cite the Obama administration that really established that the federal government, not the states, are in the driver's seat on immigration, and in fact succeeded in treating many state laws as preempted by federal law. The Trump administration is going to be citing those Obama cases, which is ironic because the Obama administration established that precedent to keep states from enforcing immigration laws when they didn't want to enforce those laws as aggressively. But the Trump administration can make the same arguments in favor of immigration to say, yeah, you said that we basically occupy most of this field and we want deportations.
Jonathan, I'm sure we'll talk a lot more about this stuff in the next couple months, couple years. Jonathan Turley, George Washington University law professor and a Fox News contributor. Jonathan, good to talk to you again.
Thank you so much.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. It's your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, here to introduce something really special. You're going to love it. My new Trump watches. It's one of the best watches made. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know what it's for, who it represents. Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time.
Celebrate the inauguration of President Trump with his new amazing watches. A true collector's item. Very limited. They will sell out. Go to gettrumpwatches.com now to get your Trump watch before they're gone. It's an easy URL to remember. GetTrumpWatches.com. Don't miss your chance to own a valuable piece of history. Go now to GetTrumpWatches.com and get your watch today. Celebrate President Trump's return with these limited edition beautiful new Trump watches.
This ad paid for by the Best Watches on Earth LLC. See GetTrumpWatches.com for details. Trump watches are not intended for investment purposes.
Hurry, go now to GetTrumpWatches.com.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. Secretary of State Marco Rubio becoming the first confirmed cabinet member of the new Trump administration Tuesday, sworn in, and several other nominees moving forward with their Senate confirmations as well.
Trump's DHS nominee, Kristi Noem, was favorably reported out of the committee there with a bipartisan vote, which means that a confirmation vote could be coming shortly for her. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth also favorably came out of his committee, but this was a party line vote, so Democrats could force that 30-hour debate rule and try to delay his confirmation.
Fox's Aisha Hasni. Big winter storm hitting the deep south and southeast with some snow still falling in the Carolinas and parts of Florida. In the areas from Texas to Carolinas, snow and ice shutting down schools, roads, and flights. At least 10 people are confirmed dead from the storm. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Ichiro Suzuki, CC Sabathia, and Billy Wagner are headed to Cooperstown. Ichiro received 99.7% of the vote in his first year on the ballot, missing out on joining Mariano Rivera as the only unanimous selection to the Hall of Fame by just one vote. Ichiro was the 2001 AL MVP, a 10-time All-Star, and set the single-season hit mark in 2004, finishing the year with 262 base hits. Sabathia was also elected on his first try after making the All-Star game 6 times and winning the AL Cy Young Award in 2007. And in his 10th and final year on the ballot, Wagner is in the Hall. He is 8th all-time with 422 saves. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. Your personal info is in so many places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. If your identity's stolen, LifeLock's restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your subscription money back, and resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% off your first year with promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text YOUTH to 42424 right
right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text YOUTH to 42424. That's youth to 42424. Statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I got hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or email, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday. It is indeed Kayal and Company, January 22nd, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, on a Wednesday, a hump day in which Tony Bruno will once again join us live from Florida, coming up at 8:30. And did you know that today is not only National Hot Sauce Day?
What?
But Weedless Wednesday. Mike Opelka declaring it Weedless Wednesday, wondering if you can give it up for a day like those who drink alcohol who have gone dry for January. That's your challenge, not mine, though. Dawn Stensland, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, my weeds are all dead in the yard. It's like 11 degrees.
It was 7 when I woke up
Yeah.
this morning. So it's lovely. By the way, guys, you know right now, or as of yesterday, more snow in Pensacola, Florida than Philadelphia.
You know, upon further review, I will retire in the Poconos And not Pensacola.
We have a live shot, I think. Phil, this is cut 4 if you want to roll this real fast. Just see there's welcome to Florida. Look at all the snow on the ground.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/at1210 WPHT if you want to see the video. Snow on the ground as of yesterday.
Yes.
Yesterday.
I saw Alabama got hit. Louisiana got hit.
It's crazy, man.
How about that in Florida?
Yeah.
Mustard.
Yeah.
We've had since really Sunday night, Monday across the country.
Yeah.
The bulk of the country.
Yep.
Just these horrible, I think, 1 million outages if you include California.
Mm-hmm. Atrocious.
Crazy.
Just awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000 flights probably will be canceled today in this country. Probably issues all over the South.
I saw a snowball fight happening on Bourbon Street in New Orleans.
Wow.
So something you don't see every day. Very cool.
Yeah. Oh, it's an upgrade over a terror attack.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like all the tragedy that struck Bourbon Street in New Orleans over the last month.
Yeah.
Nice to see that they can, enjoy some snow.
Yeah, the chief of police was unaware that they had snowball fights also.
I see what you did there.
In New Orleans.
I see what you did there. By the way, guys, I just want to say one thing before we start here. My bike is in the back of my car. I'm meeting Road Warrior today at some point.
Holy crap!
And he's going to fix it up for me. And the first step in the Bend to the Shore bike ride that will happen in July is happening right now on July 22nd.
If I recall last year, we did the bike ride on July 21st.
Yep.
So let's just say roughly it's July 22nd this year. Mm-hmm. There is still 6 months to go.
That's what I mean.
Which means you have plenty of time to get injured.
Yep.
File a claim. Pull out excuses.
Well, I at the Andy Chan block party, I had a conversation with Stephanie Mack, and she's gonna change it, or she's going to train me.
Okay.
I almost said change me.
Well, you might wet yourself.
Train me. So I'm making the efforts right now to do this bike ride this summer.
All right. Start
Whoa.
early.
Yeah,
Start
I know.
early. Start them early, folks.
Breaking news.
Fit for 25.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
right. Stalker, lean and mean. He's already got the mean part down. Let's get to some news. We got a great show for you. The Trump train against the trans movement. That'll be the theme of the big take as Trump, J.D. Vance, and the incoming administration had to be lectured by a pastor yesterday on gender identity. Can't make it up. Also, I believe maybe the biggest admission or bombshell with immigration and what Joe Biden was telling Democrats to allow as our country was invaded by illegal immigrants. Eric Adams spills the beans with Tucker Carlson. You'll hear that clip coming up in about a half hour. John Fetterman updates us on his political affiliation. And no, folks, he's not going to be a Republican anytime soon. Plus, Theo Vaughn attends the inauguration on Monday and says it's time for America to unite and for America to take care of America before any other country. We'll talk about that. And a rare moment of praise from Politico, praising Trump as a good president who could very well end up being great. We'll get to that. CNN rumors, a great cut sheet, and Tony Bruno. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:05 on a 12-degree Wednesday.
Woo!
The great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Wednesday morning. Yes, January 22nd. We're sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. And yes, it's chilly. So, you said the temperature, Nick, but 11, 12 degrees, depending on where you are, 12 at the airport. But it feels like -1 with the wind chill factor.
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
That's what we're all saying this morning. Woo! So we know that there's a code blue warning in effect in Philadelphia. We know that across the region, you want to check because there are some school delays as far as delayed openings, and some of that due to problems with heating systems, some of that due to problems with as well kids getting to school, icy areas, that sort of thing. So you always want to check. But tragically, the cold weather may have been a factor, according to Philadelphia police, in the death of a 92-year-old woman, and this is in Philadelphia's Winfield section. Police say she was found dead yesterday afternoon in the back of her neighbor's unlocked parked car. This was on the 1700 block of George's Lane. And so they say she had been missing since Sunday afternoon. They've been looking for her. Her family had said she did suffer from some dementia.
Oh.
She was dressed for the weather. She did have on a winter jacket and the appropriate scarf and hat and all of that. But it's just such a frigid cold that they think that she just couldn't handle it. May have died from the extreme cold.
Might have just wandered off and didn't know where she was, even though she was. I'm telling you right now, I had 3 layers on yesterday. I went to pick up the girls from the bus stop. T-shirt, sweatshirt, jacket, hat, gloves, 2 pairs of socks. And I was just driving out of my townhouse development just to go to the bus stop. It was like a 200-yard drive. I was ready to go I was going to go shoveling snow. This is awful.
Yeah, and I was looking, normally it's 40-ish degrees. That's the normal for this time of year.
Mm-hmm.
So these are, I know that some people say, well, you're whining. It's January, for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm.
This is unusually.
I don't understand how people enjoy
it. It is, but guys, it's January. We've had cold Januaries before.
The last couple,
everybody needs to relax.
I will say this is the coldest it's been since I came back.
Yeah.
2023 and 2024 winter, much more mild compared to this.
By the way, Robert writes in and says that 10 inches on Bourbon Street. That's a lot of snow for New Orleans. They probably don't know. They have no idea what to do.
No, they'll be shut down till March.
Luckily, Senator Kennedy is there. I'm sure he's out there shoveling everybody's snow.
I mean, he looked out his window and he said this.
Help me understand this.
No, they're just not accustomed to it.
Yep.
We also have a lot going on today, and I know moving forward we'll talk about those under newly elected, newly sworn in President Trump, those DEI rulings going into effect with DEI policies being evaluated and put on the freeze, if you will, put on the pause button. So in the intention of cutting down DEI, but rather raising merit-based hiring. As far as the city of Philadelphia launching a new program in the Kensington neighborhood today. And this is with the goal of sending those with drug addictions to treatment rather than going to jail. So it's a new approach. Mayor Sherelle Parker signing her own executive order introducing what she calls Wellness Court. And so the Kensington Wellness Court, which is a first of its kind here, and it's really one of maybe a few in the nation, offering an alternative to jail time. So in other words, taking people off the streets and saying you can either go to Wellness Court and get treatment and get employment and get help, or you can go to jail. Those are your choices.
Yeah, I believe officers will cite you with a summary offense. If I read the story correctly last night, I think it's a summary offense, and then you obviously, like you said, you get the option.
And this is what. So Parker has said her action is just a very small step toward the larger goal of ending what she calls a crisis it's in Philadelphia, it's across the country with some of these open air drug markets. But they looked at in international models. And I know Michael Schellinger, he has written about this. There have been books written about this, that other countries don't view the homelessness issue like we do in America, that they view these as these open drug markets where somebody who might have tendencies then ends up out on the street, and this becomes their community.
Yeah. Well, we saw it in the Pacific Northwest, right?
Yes.
Seattle, San Francisco. There's like drug tents and camps set up.
So she says that Parker says she's committed and the city's committed that they're going to end this opioid-driven humanitarian crisis once and for all. So the mayor signing the executive order, giving the police department the option, like you said, Nick, you're exactly right, to make those summary arrests instead of misdemeanor arrest for certain drug offenses. And then they do have the choice if they want to go to jail, they can go to jail. But hopefully, the hope here, obviously, is that the Riverview Wellness Center, this is in Holmesburg, open that treatment and recovery facility where people can go for full recovery. And so it's a second chance for people.
Okay.
So we've got that going on, which is nice. Other news of the day, as I said, as far as Philadelphia City Council, remember I reported this to you yesterday. Today, City Council will have, normally they obviously meet on Thursdays. Today, they're having that special meeting in which they are discussing how to cope with and maneuver with the situation happening in D.C. with, obviously, President Trump signing into law all kinds of different birthright citizenship orders, all kinds of immigration, executive orders, and executive actions. So the city of Philadelphia now council members meeting to try to, what they're saying, mitigate this or deal with this, because we, of course, are a sanctuary city. How will this play out?
I was reading a column yesterday. I forget who wrote it, but whoever was citing some polls and some stats said a majority of Republicans are actually against what Trump is trying to obviously pass off with ending birthright citizenship. I was shocked at that. I really was.
Well, I mean, birthright citizenship is in the Constitution, so it's really kind of hard to put, executive orders don't override the Constitution.
That's true.
Well, they don't, but many argue, and so this is why this will end up in the Supreme Court of the United States. That's where it's headed.
Oh, yeah.
But many argue that the reason that was written into the Constitution, it had to do with, among other things, slavery issues. So when our country said nobody can be enslaved here, we're going to end slavery, we're going to have we obviously had emancipation, etc. So there was an issue where maybe you were beholden to your original country that sold you into slavery and then shipped you here. And so they claim that that's why that was written in, and that it's not that no other country in the world has such a law where if you show up in a country and you're a non-citizen and you're pregnant and you have a child, that child is automatically a citizen.
Right.
So that's one of the arguments. It'll go to the Supreme Court. They'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So we got that going on. A lot happening. I'll get to, and unfortunately for our Philadelphia Sixers, it was a very rough night last night with the
35. They lost by 35.
I hope you didn't stay up for that.
No, I didn't. I didn't even know they played.
144 to 109.
To the
Sixers
Denver
falling
Nuggets,
to the
yeah.
Nuggets. Yeah. So
Does Sherelle Parker know how to spell Sixers?
LOZS.
Elgses is how she spells it.
Amazing.
So it's cold.
Wasn't she an English teacher at one point?
Would you stop it?
She was, wasn't she?
You know what?
She was.
I may have stood up on a rock in Italy somewhere. I think Anne-Marie Muldoon may have this on video of me going a similar spelling.
Oh.
I might have had some wine.
Okay, well, at least you had wine.
Yeah. Well,
I could totally understand if you've had a few pops,
So I confess, I'm not. That's why I'm like,
okay. I'm just under the
snake.
assumption that Sherelle was sober when she misspelled
Yeah,
that.
but I don't know. She was excited.
She was excited.
Yeah,
Yeah.
excited.
I'm not going to criticize. Very cold, wind chills. So very cold today, and a lot of winter warnings, cold weather advisories, as we're in the deep Arctic chill. 21 degrees and sunny for your high today. Tomorrow we begin. I'll call this a warm up. 31 degrees for your tomorrow, for your Thursday. And then Friday, 32 degrees. We finally reached 32 sunny skies for your Friday and Saturday, and as well into Sunday. But by Sunday, the nice piece of this is we break the 40-degree mark. So 41 degrees for your Sunday, finally. And by next Wednesday, we are 50 degrees.
See?
And
Relax,
sunny.
everybody.
Oh, it's a heat wave.
Just relax, everybody.
It is a heat wave.
So, whoo.
I might go for a jog.
Oh, my. Nick. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. The full Honda lineup is available right now today at your local Piazza Honda dealer, Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Get financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months on select models. Online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring First Edition Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16, let's get to a midweek big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
It is brought to you by Robert Half. The big take: American collision, trans fatigue, colliding with the Trump train. American voters have had enough of the trans agenda being jammed down their throat, and they made their voices heard this past November. Donald Trump is restoring common sense to gender, the 47th president of the United States, issuing an executive order on two genders, male and female. The executive order establishes government-wide the biological reality of only two sexes and clearly defines male and female. And if the election and Trump's actions aren't enough, there's new polling to further prove that America is done with make-believe, and the New York Times' latest polling cements that fact. In the newest New York Times poll, when asked if society has gone too far or far enough accommodating trans people, 77% of total respondents have said enough is enough, which includes 93% of Republicans and even 62% of Democrats. When asked if trans women, a.k.a. biological males, should not be allowed in women's sports, 79% agreed with keeping dudes out of ladies' sports, 94% being Republican, and even 67% being Democrat. And lastly, when asked if minors should not be allowed to get puberty blockers, 71% agreed, 90% Republican, and even a majority, 54% Democrat. It's not hate, it's not bigotry, it's common sense, and it's biology. I would actually argue that those numbers are probably on the low end, considering it is the New York Times, but it's crystal clear. We don't care about your pronouns. We don't care how you identify or what you claim to be. Nobody is preventing you from living your life. Love who you want to love, sleep with who you want to sleep with, as long as it's consensual and it's amongst two adults of legal age. Knock yourselves out and have a blast. You do you. But nobody has to acknowledge you with anything other than respect and human decency. Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and the rest of the new administration had to endure yesterday a sermon from a pastor on Tuesday that turned into a woke lecture on behalf of the trans community and illegal immigrants. Here is Marianne Budd, a left-wing Episcopal bishop of Washington, getting political on Trump's first official day back. Listen and watch this.
In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families. Some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation. But the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, Wadara, and temples.
Did you happen to notice Trump and Vance? Did you see their heads turn and their faces? Are you kidding me? Completely painful. Now, amongst religious people, some think homosexuality is a sin. With other religious people, they couldn't care less about your orientation or your preferences. And then those who are not religious, there may be some offended by that lifestyle, while others say, you do you and live your life. But in my opinion, with racism dying as a viable playbook option of the left, they have now turned to transphobia, and they have made that the new boogeyman. But as the evidence has shown us, America is not buying it anymore. Not everybody is a victim. Here was Trump's reaction when asked about all of this from the media and the lecture from the woke pastor. Listen and watch.
Mr. President, what did you think of the sermon? What did you think of the sermon? What did you think of the sermon?
What did you think? You like it? You find it exciting? Not too exciting, was it? I did think it was a good sermon this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Good sermon, not too exciting. What did you think about it? I'll put it back in your court. That was a great non-reply from Trump. Don't even breathe life into it. Honestly, just keep it moving. You know, I spoke with the head of the Bucks County Republican Party yesterday, Patricia Poprick, for a column I'm writing for Real Clear Politics on how Trump did in Bucks County this past November. Now, keep in mind that the school board has gone back to Democrats before the 2020 presidential election in which Trump won Bucks County. And she said, quote, people want to be fair and equitable, but the left has gone way too far off the deep end with all of this, end quote. And I wholeheartedly agree. Even gay and lesbians in America who fought through very tough times have come out and said, The trans community's nonstop self-righteous obsession with identity and letting you know about it every single day is a major turnoff. Prime example, this video from TikTok, where this individual says their gender changes with the seasons. Listen and watch this.
Did you know, however, there is a gender identity that is linked to the seasons? This is called gender season. And this is a gender identity I've only just learnt about. It's a micro identity. It's not an identity that I have ever heard discussed before. It's a new one for me. Gender season is an individual who explores their gender identity in relation to a season or all the seasons. So this might be somebody whose gender expression and identity is linked to one season. So for example, winter. Or this might be somebody whose gender identity and expression changes depending on the season.
So changes with the seasons. Yeah, it's like allergies with pollen. You just pop a Zyrtec, you'll be fine. Got it. And for those who don't think there is biological differences in competition, and those who still can't comprehend men versus women in sports and why we have Title IX, why we have separation, I want you to process this story. In California, yes, shocking, California of all places, a biological male is dominating biological females in high school basketball. We're going to play you a clip here. See if you can spot who the male is. Listen and watch this. And no, that's not Barron Trump or Dan Borowski. That's number 24, a man just dominating women. But there's more. Here's clip 2. There you have it, folks. As dominant as Greg Stocker against a 7-year-old girl at a local YMCA in a pickup game. No contest, not even close. That is Henry Hanlon, who is women's basketball star and averaging 21 points per game, according to Max Preps. He has scored 150 of his team's 317 total points this season. In that video there, in a 59-33 win, he scored 29 points, almost outscoring his female opposition combined by himself. In November, a Christian high school forfeited because they didn't want to play against a man. And the kicker, well, he averaged 3 points a game when he was on the men's freshman team a few years ago. Translation, he switched genders and he went from being a scrub to a star by playing against women. Finally, lost in all of the news coverage around Biden's exit and Trump's incoming administration is what Joe Biden did with Title IX on his way out. And I haven't even heard anybody talk about this yet. Biden's administration implemented a new rule in college athletics that says NIL payments, known as name, image, and likeness, which allows college athletes to take their athletic services to the highest bidder, essentially, now has to make sure that athletes be compensated evenly, man or woman, to comply with Title IX, which basically crushes the concept of NIL payments and meritocracy from school to student athlete. No offense to women, but unless you are Caitlin Clark, you don't generate the revenue for athletic departments that men do. In fact, only 2 men's sports generate revenue, football and men's basketball. Short of a few women's college basketball programs, they generate all the revenue for the rest of the school. The rest of the 18 to 21 varsity sports, they lose the school money on an annual basis. Enough with the trans stuff, enough with catering above and beyond to any group. Live your life, love who you love, and you should be afforded the same basic rights that the rest of us get. And to the media and the Democrats, nobody bought your fear porn on transphobia last fall, and I don't think anybody's buying it moving forward. Certainly not Donald Trump in a religious setting. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll get back to all of the conversation on the other side. It's Kayal and Company on a Wednesday, but first a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking today about the 2025 Hyundai Tucson, that's right. The brand's most popular SUV, bold new design with plenty of cargo space, while its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage keeps you prepared for any adventure in life. It also protects you and your family with a best-in-class safety rating. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown off of Route 422 or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202. Online anytime at piazzahyundai.com.
For some jobs around the house, it's okay to do it yourself. For others, not so much. Like your water heater. Replacing a water heater should only be done by a plumbing professional who can provide a safe installation for you and your family. For a long-lasting, reliable water heater, ask your pro about Bradford White. How you heat your water matters, and Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best for years of dependable service. To learn more and find an installation pro near you, visit bradfordwhite.com.
Are you worried about your roof handling the next storm?
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we provide top-quality roofing services that fit your budget and stand the test of time.
And our team of roofing experts ensures your home stays safe and dry with durable, reliable roofing solutions to any problems you may have. Plus, at Emmons, we offer free inspections and free estimates.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned. That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bisaccia, Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep. That's a big deal.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
A broken rose with laughing eyes. You're a mystery.
6:31 live on a Wednesday. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your work day. Hopefully staying warm. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app as you get into your freezing cold vehicle. Fire that app up if you'd like. Watch us if you're sitting at home at the kitchen table. Pull up your laptop. Stream the show on YouTube. It's kind of like a TV show. I would actually argue better than a TV show because nobody watches TV anymore. But we are the new wave. 855-839-1210. So I am, as Piers Morgan would say,
Fobbed off.
A little fobbed off. Yesterday was like the tipping point for me. I'm watching that pastor, and she's sitting there lecturing. Forget Trump. You know what Trump really should do? Now that he's gotten rid of his Secret Service protection and found his own personal security, he should also vet pastors moving forward, so we don't have to feel like we're being spoken to by Rachel Maddow.
Can I, before you guys, I just want to say this.
Yeah.
I'm the least religious person on the show. I'm probably the least religious person that anybody knows. So I'm not the expert in church doctrine and all that. But what do you guys expect? It's a church. Of course they're going to, like, the whole teaching of the church.
Did she talk about Jesus? I didn't hear her say Jesus once.
None.
I thought that you were there to talk about God and Jesus
you
and
guys
read
are
the Bible.
You guys are the expert in the in the church doctrine, not me. But
when I go to church, they read the Bible and you
trust me.
Pray in Jesus' name. I don't know.
I do not live the most Christian lifestyle. I've committed my share of sins and do on a semi-daily basis. All right, so I'm not saying that I've never done something wrong, but I just don't. It felt like a political, social diatribe.
It was a lecture.
Yes,
to an audience of how many ever Trumps were there?
I mean, J.D. Vance is looking over at his wife. Trump tilts his head to the left. Laura Trump looked like somebody stole her lunch money.
Melania, man, she's stoic though. She was stoic.
Well, she probably didn't understand half of what was being said. She's just like, they were talking about my hat yesterday, and they said I looked good, and I looked like the Hamburglar.
Yes, Nicholas, I look good. I look beautiful. That's all that matters.
I don't know.
Jesus loves me.
I feel like you two don't understand the teachings of the book that you two subscribe to, but okay.
Cool. No, it's totally opposite.
Ridiculous.
Did anybody listen to me in the big take?
Of course we did.
Okay, well, I mean, I said verbatim, some religious people believe like trans, lesbian, gay is a sin. Other religious people couldn't care less who you sleep with. Some non-religious people might throw out derogatory comments like, the three-lettered F word that people used to toss around in school. And other non-religious people couldn't care less either. So there's like 4 different sectors within versus religious people versus non-religious people. To me, that's not the setting to be sending a political message. It has nothing to do with religion or non-religion. I felt like I was listening to a Democrat campaign ad yesterday. Like, I just don't want to hear it. And the reason I probably wouldn't get to this until it was on the cut sheet at 7:45, but I read on Sunday, the New York Times coming out with these polls, and it's the New York Times of all places. So when 77% of Americans are like, you know what, enough of the trans thing, like, we've done what we had to accommodate you, live your life, nobody's making you out to be a third-class citizen, all right, this isn't Gaza, we're not beheading you. But, like, I got to go on social media, or I hear these clips where genders change 4 times a year? The hell is she talking about? Because the temperature changes, all of a sudden I go from having male genitalia to female? No, you don't. You have a mental illness. Get help. And stop telling me about it. I'm just tired of it. I don't walk around saying I'm a straight dude. I don't walk up to somebody when I order my coffee and say, I'd like to be referred to as he, him. No, I'm Nick, and I ordered a venti mocha. That's what I want to know. That's all I care about. That's all you care about. Stop jamming it down people's throats. We don't care. It's not 1960. We're not trying to make you out to be the boogeyman or make you to be less than what God created you or what your parents did in the backseat of a Chevy. Just enough already. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody's ever cared for the last 25 years. This victimhood, oh my God, I'm oppressed. You're not oppressed. Take a one-way flight to Gaza and tell me about oppression. Go to Russia. Go to China. There's a genocide going on in China with people because they subscribe to a Muslim religion and Xi Jinping is running concentration camps. Tell me about oppression.
That's right.
I'm done.
That's the new TikTok ad. Hey, America, everybody gets a Uyghur.
Yeah, if you don't like it, leave. Nobody's forcing you to stay. If you think Tennessee's bad, move to Portland. That's fine. That's the beauty of this country.
To Greg's point, this Democrat, this Bishop Marianne Edgar Buddy, she was, every article and this is, Newsweek, Rolling Stone, the first thing, Reverend Marianne Buddy, a bishop, blah, 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 ... made a plea to President Donald Trump. And so the shame of it, here's the real shame of it. If she had said, whether you're a famous wealthy person or whether you've come as an immigrant, whether you are an LGBTQ kid.
This is why I don't go to
Jesus
church.
died on a cross for you.
This is why I don't go to church.
If she had said that, listen to me. Can I finish?
Yes.
Can I just please finish a sentence here? Because I'm the only one clearly who goes to church.
Yes.
If that bishop had said, no matter who you are, no matter what community you're in, Jesus died on that cross for you. He didn't look out and say, not for you, not for you. Jesus Christ died on that cross for you.
Mm-hmm.
And let us remember that. Let us be humbled by that we are equal in the eyes of God. If the bishop had had a message such as that,
correct,
I would have respect because because that bishop has dedicated her life to God, right? And to serving God and to talking about faith and bringing people in. She had a national audience. She had an opportunity with millions of people who maybe have lost their faith, are suffering with depression. She chose to do a lecture.
Yeah.
And it was a specific political lecture. That's the only problem that I have with her. But to Greg's point, when you talked about it, I agree with Greg that the message is that, who am I?
Yeah.
And in God's eyes, we are all equal. We are all sinners equally.
Well, I mean, look, I've gone to 2 Catholic churches in my life, a Lutheran church, and then when my parents got divorced, my dad started taking me to a Baptist church, and I would go to church for 2 or 3 years on a relatively consistent basis. I miss my fair share of Sundays during fall because of football. I'll have to answer for that in the next life, if there is one. But then I have stretches when my kids were born. I didn't go to church for a year and a half, and when I was in Tennessee and the COVID, I didn't go to church for 2 years. So I'm in and out. But here's my thing with the I'll give you a perfect example. If I was on a sidewalk and I saw a transgendered community member and he or she was being bullied by a straight white guy, I'd walk right up to the straight white guy and be like, yo, Holmes, leave him or her alone. Keep it moving. So I have nothing against trans people. It's just I'm tired of this nonstop obsession, and America has rejected it. And just when I'm like, all right, we can get back to common sense. If you have a male genitalia, you go into the boys' room. If you were born as female, you go into the women's room. I don't want to see I don't want to see men in women's sports. I don't want to see women in men's sports. And I will bring up the same thing I have brought up countless times in the past. I never see women transitioning to men in men's sports. So for all the people, well, there's no biological advantages. Watch that clip I just played for you, by the way. There was a 2.5-minute version of that, but, there's not much audio other than sneakers squeaking. So I just wanted to give you 26 seconds. I mean, you can spot the guy out a mile away. And tell me how that is fair. And I'm also consistent with the NIL stuff that Biden did, which totally flew under the radar with Title IX. Sorry, females, you don't generate the money that men do. And a majority of women don't care about women's sports and attending it and funding it and generating revenue for you or turning on the TV and watching you play. So women do not deserve the same pay that men get in college athletics. The college football quarterback might get $8 million a year. You're telling me that he can't get that now in a capitalistic society because Joe Biden has said the girl on the women's swim team, if she doesn't get it, nobody gets anything? How does that make any sense? How is that meritocracy and capitalism? It's not. It's upside down world. I'm just done with all the stupid stuff. If it doesn't make sense, get rid of it.
What I don't understand is why don't they just, first of all, as far as those athletes who can get their own deal under NIL, why don't they just make that separate? In other words, I would say no more Title IX. Title IX should be separate from football programs. Take football out of it. Football is separate and out, and the schools can deal with giving scholarships to their own grants and whatever to their players because football's a moneymaker.
I mean, it's
holding football out of it.
Yeah. And that'd be like saying all of a sudden there's an edict at Fox News that Jesse Waters cannot make more than Harris Faulkner. No, I'm sorry. Jesse Waters has two of the top 3 highest rated shows. His contract, I'm just assuming, he makes more than Harris Faulkner at 11 o'clock because Harris Faulkner's in a, quote, lesser day part and has smaller people viewing because more people are at work. I mean, That's the basic essence of capitalism. You get what the market dictates. It's not socialism. We don't all get $10 an hour. If you're worth $15 an hour, you get 15. And we're not just going to give the person that's $10 an hour worthy 15 in the name of equity.
Well, they all have agents, so their agent would negotiate.
I know, but before we break, I wanted to play this. This bishop was on CNN. Shocking, I know. And explained why she did what she did. I'm just going to play a little bit of it. I'll play the rest in the cut sheet. Phil, if you want to roll it.
Bishop, I appreciate your time and your tone there, so serious and genuine. You see him, he's stone-faced, he then looks down, but he's listening to every word you say. As you made that personal plea to him, what were you looking at him in that moment? What kind of response were you perhaps hoping for in that moment?
I was looking at the president because I was speaking directly to him. I was also, frankly, as you do in every sermon, speaking to everyone who was listening through that one-on-one conversation with the president, reminding us all that in the people that are frightened in our country, the two groups of people that I mentioned are our fellow human beings, and that they have been portrayed in all throughout the political campaign in the harshest of lights that I wanted to counter as gently as I could with a reminder of their humanity and their place in our wider community. And I was speaking to the president because I felt that he has this moment now where he feels charged and empowered to do what he feels called to do, and I wanted to say, there is room for mercy.
Okay, so there's the bishop. And I would just ask you this, Dawn, because you always surveil and survey, what the mainstream media is talking about, what the headlines are, what is front page material, what is being buried, whether it's locally or nationally, in print, in digital, on television. To me, that came off, her lecture in that sermon setting with Trump came off as, fear porn. People are fearful and afraid. If the trans community was under attack the way the left claims they are, wouldn't the media be running with these headline stories all the time? When is the last time CNN or MSNBC, the Washington Post, the Philadelphia Inquirer, the New York Times had a headline story about a trans community member under attack? I cannot legitimately find one in the news cycle. Not to say it doesn't happen. And probably where it happens is in the schools, right? Which has led to a lot of trans people committing school shootings. And that's not right either. That's not fair. That's not nice. But you know what happens in schools? People get made fun of. They are always bickering and fighting and being bullied and pushed around. Every day my daughter gets off the bus with her best friends, Reese and Grace, and every other day they hate each other's guts. And then the next day they get back to being friends and we'll have a sleepover on Saturday. I don't know what to tell people. The world's an imperfect place, not encouraging it, not embracing it. But, where are the stories at? Because the media would have it, right? We would have these UC Smollett stories, right? We have all these other stories that come out there. Where are the trans attack stories at? I'll wait. Somebody can print out a full packet of them, and I'll read every one of them.
My only issue with this bishop is that I just did not. I think I listened to most of, if not all of, what she said. If she had said, things like quoting John, the book of John, and she said, "My command is this: love each other as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Or the greatest among you will be your servant."
Yeah.
There are beautiful verses, quotes from, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, especially the Old Testament, but I would have sprinkled in the New Testament too, quite frankly. And so I think that through the word of, that's, to me, what I don't get. And I'm actually interviewing Pastor Sewell, Reverend Sewell, yesterday had like a church emergency. So he's the Detroit Reverend who we saw. He's gonna join me at, I think, 10:30 today. But
great.
You heard him quoting the Bible, and my only issue with this lady is that why did she choose the president of the United States as her audience of one? You had an opportunity to reach millions of people, maybe lost souls, maybe people who are suffering. We have a mental health crisis. We have 300 plus to perhaps 500,000 children in this country who are among those illegal immigrants, allegedly, that are possibly being human trafficked, who are missing. We have missing children. So none of that was addressed, and never did I hear her preach the word of God.
Yeah.
It was her word, her political viewpoint, her message to a president. It was a political message rather than a real opportunity to preach the word of God. That's my biggest problem with her. It was completely a missed opportunity, especially with a mental health crisis.
I love politics. I love social and cultural issues when they're in the proper venue. I don't want it in my sports. I don't want it in my church. I don't want it in my entertainment. You know, when I go to these other venues, I want to get what I'm signing up for and what I'm paying for, not the opposite. 855-839-1210. A lot of people want to jump in on the phone, so we will get to your calls on the other side. So if you're on hold, hang tight. We'll get your opinion when we come back to wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. 855-839-1210. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yeah, I've got my guy from Marvin E. Cans coming to the house today. Do you know that he discovered, by the way, the last time they came to just service the HVAC, he realized that my old crew, my former crew, they actually had turned off like the circuit breaker on my unit. And so that explains why that piece of the unit was running on electric only. So we couldn't figure out, why is the Pico bill jacked up? He figured it out in like 5 minutes. That's just one of the many reasons I'm so thankful that I switched to Marvin E. Cans a few months ago. And yeah, obviously winter is here. We're in this Arctic frigid zone, polar vortex, whatever they're calling it. You want to keep your home warm, efficient, and safe. That's obviously paramount. And that's why one of the reasons that I had made sure that I got my guys from Marvin E. Cans to come out, change the filter, check the system. And that's when they realized a couple months ago, right before the cold freeze hit, that in fact there were some issues going on. But if you live maybe in an older suburban home, or maybe in an historic area like the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia where I am, you want to consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Now, Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home that lacks the ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. I want you to contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning right now. Marvin E. Cans, that's KANZE.com. Marvin E. Cans. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Kayal, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
.52 on a chilly's not even the right word, frigid cold Wednesday. Sometimes you just got to warm things up with a nice toasty microphone.
By the way, Larry emails me. He's listening to us from Luquillo, Puerto Rico, where right now, or the high today is going to be 82 degrees.
Oh,
I've heard we're big in the Luquillo region.
Nice. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
So thank you, Larry. I guess you're listening to us on the Odyssey app. By the way, Larry and everybody else listening to us on the Odyssey app, if you have not done so, please hit the follow button. Hit the follow button on 1210 WPHT. It's free. It means nothing to you, but it means a ton to us. So
yes, indeed. 855-839-1210. We will get to John Fetterman and Eric Adams coming up in hour number 2 after the news. But some people want to jump in on the conversation that we were having. We'll start with Ted in Swarthmore. Ted, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning, Nick and crew. Dawn, thank you very much for so eloquently stating the purpose of a pastor. Donald Trump also has opportunities. When she was speaking, and she'll tell you, I was speaking directly to one. Donald Trump also holds the opportunity to stand up and walk out. He could have walked out. And if we think back to just a little while ago, there was a pastor who opened prayer in Congress who we came up with a new term, dangerous Christian nationalists. Dawn, you would be considered in that category. If you look up the prayer from the pastor from Calvary Chapel, Chico Hills, California, then Congress went ballistic on him. They called him a hate preacher because he brought up the things that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you.
Great call. Dawn, great point. I mean,
I guess you cannot quote Jesus in a church, or you're a hater.
At this rate, if Kamala would have won the election, the FBI would have been coming for Dawn Stenslin. They would have been tracking her church movements. Ray is in Warminster. Good morning, Ray. How are you?
Good morning, everybody. It was nice to finally meet you, by the way, this past Monday.
Yes, thank you for coming out in that god-awful weather.
Yeah, it was really enjoyable. You guys are wonderful. Thank you.
You got it.
Just wanted to get in on this real quick. So, here's the thing. If you want to be treated the same, stop telling us you're different. Number one, right? Number two, we're all considered the same in the eyes of God. I mean, when Christ was crucified, he was flanked by two criminals. The one criminal chose to ask for forgiveness at the time, and Christ said, "You'll be in paradise with me." That's God's way of saying, regardless of your lifestyle, regardless of what you've done, if you truly believe, you'll be saved. So these people that act like, there's no God or they're damned, that's false, and they prey on your feelings off of that. Number two, some of these people are the same people, ones that don't believe in God, but they'll call us, they'll call us brain damage for believing in a higher power. But if we don't believe in transgenderism or whatever, we're committing an ultimate sin. So they're guilty. We're guilty and they're guilty, right? I mean, why do I have to believe in your lifestyle to make you happy?
And even beyond religion, there's no laws against transgender individuals. There's nothing that says you can't walk into, other than a few safe spaces that are separated and there's a differentiation based on gender. I mean, where are transgendered people being suppressed? You want to talk about suppress? You go back to the 50s and the 60s for African Americans in the South. You talk about like segregation and things like that. There should actually be a big dissertation on the real injustices of the past of our country. Like transgender people you don't even realize how good you have it in America right now. And a lot of the times you have these people that are just protesting and they don't even know what they're protesting. You go back to the Israel-Hamas protests. I had LGBTQ activists chanting for Gaza, and we've talked about that. Try that lifestyle over in Gaza. See how many days you live. Trump, by the way, went off on. We're back to mean tweets, by the way. Truth Social last night at 12:39 a.m. The so-called bishop who spoke at the National Prayer Service on Tuesday morning was a radical left-wing, hardline Trump hater. She brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. She failed to mention the large number of illegal migrants that came into our country and killed people. Many were deposited from jails and mental institutions. It is a great crime wave that is taking place in the USA. Apart from her inappropriate statements, the service was a very boring and uninspiring one. She is not very good at her job. She and her church owe the public an apology. So I'm sure media will lose their mind. Morning Joe in a couple of minutes will probably start reading that truth post just like I did verbatim. All right, we'll come back. We'll pivot to some more entertaining stuff, but some serious stuff as well. Eric Adams, remember, I mean, this was a guy who was in the good graces with Biden and Harris, and then all of a sudden, he said the quiet part out loud. Then there were raids, then there were indictments, and now he spills the beans with Tucker Carlson. I'm going to give you a clip after the news. Wait till you hear this. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Hurry in to the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Whether you are looking to grow it over time, planning business succession, or integrate charitable giving, having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just like in football, that kind of preparation is good for your financial game. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
And you're gone too far, cause you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man's money.
He's a wanker.
Yeah, sure is. It's Kayal and Company, 7:03. Thank you, Rachel. That was Rachel from the California wildfires, as you recall, the mom who called Gavin Newsom out when Gavin Newsom was, I'm on the phone. I don't have the bars. I only have one bar. I switched to T-Mobile. 855-839-1210. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Phil, Jimmy Kelly. Cut sheet 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30. We'll get Bruno's thoughts on Inauguration Day, some of the festivities this week, the Eagles, Commanders, NFC Championship on Sunday. Also still ahead this morning, apparently Carrie Underwood was a major diva and threw a lot of hissy fits behind the scenes on Monday.
How can anybody say that? She had no backing track and she sang a cappella.
Yeah.
I would have freaked out too. Been like, really? You want me to do this? Okay, let's do this. I think she showed her professionalism.
I agree. I mean, look, it's not like if I call for the big take and the system crashes. Yeah, you just got to make it work. You make it happen. It's an imperfect world. Screws fall out all the time. But according to the New York Post, she was a pain in the butt.
Really?
She was a pain in the butt, yeah.
Well, she didn't, she put on a good face then.
I was just going to say that.
Because when you looked at her, she just said, I got this.
Yep.
She rocked it.
Uh-huh.
Amazing. She did an amazing job.
I have that clip. We'll play that a little bit later in the show. All right. Before we get to Eric Adams and a ton of revelations about what not only he was told, and you'll hear it directly from his mouth, but what I imagine many other Democrat mayors in big cities and sanctuary cities, as well as Democrat governors, have been told over the last 4 years by the outgoing administration. And that is coming up shortly. Plus, Fetterman squashes the rumors that people have been talking about.
Shocking.
Yeah, shocking, right? But apparently there's this rumor out there that there is this Democrat senator that might flip and transition parties, but we'll see. Let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. The great Dawn Stenzel.
Yeah, Nick, I was just pointing out because CNN is leading with exactly what you predicted.
Oh.
They had interviewed the bishop yesterday.
Uh-huh.
They're leading with
Trump.
Yep.
At
Trump
12:39.
slamming.
Yeah.
So you predicted it.
Yeah. Well. Now, if I can just pick the Eagles game on Sunday, I'll be just fine.
Yeah, what do you win?
Yeah, thank you for making me $80 richer, by the way, on FanDuel. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Nice. So we have a lot in the news today. Kayal and Company News Live this Hump Day, Wednesday, and a wicked, wintry weather day for us. Still about 30 degrees below normal temperatures for this time of year. January 22nd, sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning in Kayal and Company. So we do have code blue warnings, all kinds of warnings, not just in Philadelphia with the code blue, but as well surrounding suburbs across the region as we deal with the deep freeze, as it were. And we do have some delayed openings for daycare centers, schools, so you want to make sure you check on that. We've been talking about the fact that there will be an autopsy to determine the exact cause of death, and a real tragedy, as we've learned that Philadelphia police say a 92-year-old lady in Philadelphia's Winfield section, reportedly they believe that she may have frozen to death, that the deep freeze is the cause of her death. So a real tragedy in there. We'll look for all of those answers. We have Philadelphia City Council holding a special meeting today, and this has to do with how to deal with or mitigate the policies recently that have gone into effect, are going into effect with regard to immigration, birthright citizenship, and this as well as New Jersey's Matt Platkin and attorneys general across the nation, 22 different states, filing lawsuits filed by Democrat attorneys general across the nation, accusing President Trump of seeking to eliminate what they say is a well-established, long-standing constitutional principle by executive fiat, saying the President of the United States has no authority to rewrite or nullify a constitutional amendment or duly enacted statute, nor, they say, is he empowered by any other source of law to limit who receives U.S. citizenship at birth. So that's at the heart of this lawsuit. Like I say, 22 states, but the one leading off this big lawsuit that'll no doubt end in the Supreme Court is New Jersey.
Yeah. Just separating birthright citizenship from just deportations with illegal immigration. I am really fascinated, and we'll probably do a big take on some of this tomorrow with the deportations underway and some of the sound bites that are coming out and the data points. But I really want to see if these blue city mayors and blue state governors really try to challenge and prevent Tom Homan and ICE and everybody involved in the deportations. Just that posturing that we have heard and we have seen. I'm interested in seeing how that actually plays out in the field, so to speak.
Now, what happened? There were reports that they were going to do the raid in Chicago, that it was leaked. Homan was furious about that.
Mm-hmm.
So I know we'll talk about that. But
As of over the weekend, they were saying deportations start Tuesday.
Yes.
So, yes, the word got out somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So when the word gets out on something like that, you can't really go through with it. So
it's kind of a double-edged sword, right?
Yeah.
Because you're calling your shot, you're telegraphing it in advance. Hey, I'm going to throw to this receiver 2 days from now. You might want to cover him, right?
Yep.
You shouldn't do that. But it's also led to the exodus of self-deportations. We've seen those headlines where people in the last 72 hours are like,
amazing.
Time to skedaddle.
Self-deporting.
Yep.
By the way, for all the Commanders fans out there, Jalen Hurts is going to give the ball to Saquon Barkley.
Yes. And there's nothing you can do about it. Not even Tom Homan can stop that.
pro tip from Greg Stocker.
Yes.
So we're following that. I'll just point out to you of the 22 states in our region. So it's New Jersey, Delaware, notably not Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania, these are all Democrat attorneys general. We, of course, have Dave Sunday, who is a Republican here in Pennsylvania. So I'll just point that out. So Pennsylvania is not one of the states named in this lawsuit across the nation. Just wanted to put that out there, a little local coverage for you, right? So we'll see what the reaction is and where this one goes. As far as the Philadelphia city, we've talked about the city of Philadelphia, I should say, launching this new program that we've been leading up to. And this is with regard to the Kensington neighborhood. Some of you have called and said, hey, they did have that cleanup that happened last summer, but it's back to, unfortunately, homeless and drug-addicted people out on the streets and the crime. And so this is a phase 2, if you will, with an executive order by Mayor Sherelle Parker of Philadelphia, introducing what she calls Wellness Court. So the Kensington Wellness Court, which is a first of its kind in the region, offering an alternative to jail time for those struggling with substance abuse. It's part of the city's effort to address the ongoing challenges, they say, in Kensington. So they're still going to clean up. If somebody's homeless out there doing drugs, they're not going to tolerate these open drug markets anywhere in the city of Philadelphia.
Hard to believe that they ever thought that was a good idea from Jump Street.
Well, remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Tent cities.
Yep.
Fulton Jack writes in and says, the methadone clinics and rehab centers in Kensington are so incompetent and corrupt, I don't think I would send a loved one to them. I mean, he's not wrong.
Okay.
So this one's in the Holmesburg section of Philadelphia,
Yeah.
Riverview Wellness Center, and they've opened this treatment and recovery facility. Now, apparently you can stay there for a year or more or go back. I'm not sure how it all works, but it sounds to me like
It's like illegal.
It's a long-term
preloaded debit cards.
You know, I don't know if you stay at Riverview or if they're trying to get people in the halfway houses.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're following some of the models in Europe that have been successful in, some of the Scandinavian countries where they've had zero tolerance for homelessness and the open drug markets. But on the other hand, they get people to a treatment facility, dry them out, and then they get them to like a halfway house and try to, kind of ease them back into society, basically.
Does anybody actually believe that this will have any major successful impact in the community?
Absolutely not.
I agree.
I've seen videos and pictures. I think Sergeant Mark Fusetti posted them just a couple days ago. Kensington isn't cleaned up.
No.
It's not.
No.
It's still the S-hole that it's always been.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad.
Yeah.
So the only thing I can say to it is there's that old saying that doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity.
That's right.
So at least they're trying something different. They're looking around the world, trying to find places that have found solutions. And I think these are pilot programs. I think they're partially through different state and federal funding grants.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're just basically, it's like throwing spaghetti at the wall. I hate to say it.
Yeah, see what sticks.
Some of this is, I think, the opioid money. Remember from all the settlements, too, that we get some of the money from those. So
Are they still doing Trank in Kensington?
I think they're doing everything, Nick. I hate to say
Remember
it,
that?
but
Remember all those stories we saw?
I mean, have you seen the zombies? Of course.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just...
Flesh-eating diseases.
Yeah.
It's just awful.
When you see them, like, kind of slumped over and, like looking like zombies, that's Trank.
Yeah.
That's Trank.
Yeah.
Good times.
And look,
looks like a fun drug.
I would love to believe that we could clean it up, and I would love to make it. Trust me, if we're going to take our tax dollars, would I rather clean up Kensington or ship over another $500 million to Zelensky? No, I'd rather clean up Kensington.
By the way, can we take those drug addicts and send them over the border?
You're going to get lectured in a sermon. Don't say that.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's why I don't go to church.
by the way, just
because I know I would go there and I would burst into flames.
Could you get through could you get up the first step without bursting into flames?
Yeah, there's a reason Trump didn't put his hand on the Bible. It's the same reason I don't go into church.
I'll tell you what, man. You can sell Bibles are a good business. I might start selling them.
We have a lot of weather to talk about across the country. These historic, deadly storms, snowstorms. People seeing snow for the first time of their lives across the South, even Nolens, Louisiana. And obviously we're feeling the Arctic chill. Then out west, Santa Ana winds continue whipping through Southern California through tomorrow. And that's sparking renewed fears that the progress made fighting the wildfires for these poor firefighters, scorching more than 40,000 acres, 28 dead, could be reversed, and they're expecting more fires to break out. 10 million people across parts of Southern California under these red flag warnings.
I heard a congressperson or somebody from California say these wildfires are our 9/11.
Well,
yeah.
God.
I mean, I hate comparing anything to 9/11, but you get the point for sure.
Jeez.
Yeah.
The other big story, and it's making local headlines as well as national headlines, and this is these DEI new rules under President Donald Trump's administration, directing that all federal diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI staff be put on paid leave. That must happen by the deadline tonight of 5 p.m. Agencies develop plans to lay these individuals off. And the memo follows the executive order signed on his first day, ordering a sweeping dismantling of the federal government's diversity and inclusion programs that could really touch on everything from training, like DEI or anti-bias training, to funding for minority farmers, homeowners. I saw my friend Kathy Barnett putting out on X, and she said, wait a minute, how do they know? Are they going to fire all the black women? You know, so there are people going on both sides of the aisle going, wait a minute, what is this? What does this look like? I believe that what they're doing is people who have the title of DEI trainer or the DEI manager title, which is a newly created position.
Get them out.
I don't think these are people presumed because of the way you look.
Right. No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you have that title.
Who was the guy we just said, Nick? There was a guy that did something, and you came back from a break and said he was the head of some DEI training.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but it's the people who have that title as head of DEI initiatives and stuff like that.
Well,
those are the people that
was the guy who was the badmouth Eagle fan.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
Spoke down and called the Packers chick the C word.
Yep.
He's a DEI coordinator or something by day trade.
Yep, exactly.
And a scumbag at night and on the weekends.
So if I have that title, I'm going, no, it's DEI, Doge, Enlightenment, in for Trump. That's what it is, DEI.
Yeah. Now that Vivek
it.
is out of Doge, do we drop off the GE? Is it just Do now? Do we have to rebrand it? I'm just wondering.
Do.
Silly. By the way, Eagles, if you try to get those tickets that went on sale yesterday, these prices are reaching historic highs, so you can't really find anything under $500.
Wow.
It's and they're saying historic highs if you're trying to get even one ticket for the big NFC championship game this Sunday at 3.
A lot of people were not expecting another home game this year.
I know.
The assumption was we were going to Detroit to play the Lions. And somebody didn't give Jaden Daniels and the Commanders that memo.
Within 11 minutes, by 10:11 yesterday morning, Ticketmaster put out a note that availability was highly limited. Basically, these things just sold out. And then the average price, I guess they're doing a reselling on StubHub, running more than $1,200.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say, guys, the Commanders really impressed me against the Lions.
Agreed.
They looked really good. They looked really good. I mean, look,
Jaden Daniels, I'll just say he's a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts as a rookie.
What?
I mean, he's
blasphemy.
He's
blasphemy in the House of Odyssey.
If you told me if I was doing sports, would you trade Jalen Hurts for Jaden Daniels right now?
So
I would.
So you're thinking Commanders win?
No, Eagles by double digits. But I'm just saying I like Jaden Daniels better.
Wow,
than
look at
Hurts.
that. Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I get you. Yeah, I mean, just we've played them so many times, and the results have always been not great for them.
Correct.
So,
we'll see.
So I guess they have do they have a practice today, and we're going to get
they have a walkthrough.
The big walkthrough, the injury update. We're supposed, so everybody's like talking about that.
Well, everybody's saying about Jalen Hurts' knee, but nobody is indicating that he's in any jeopardy of not playing or limited.
Yeah, but if I'm not the sports person, but if I were, I'd play a little poker and go, oh,
yeah.
It's
oh boy,
yeah. We're keeping an eye on.
Tell
it.
him to limp a little bit, limp around.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they think he's limited in mobility, and then come right out and
run him.
Boom.
Run in the first play.
Shoot him up with those peptides and whatever
cortisone shots.
voodoo stuff they do. Well,
Voodoo.
Peptides, right?
Yep.
Stem cell stuff, and they got all that magic.
See, if I was in that blue injury tent, I'd say, all right, here's what we're going to do. You have two options. You either take the peptide cortisone shot, or I'm going to give you 2 shots of stateside vodka. Either way, I need you out there.
I love it. Well, for the forecast, unfortunately, okay, I'll give you the long-term outlook if you didn't hear me earlier say this. By next Wednesday, we're 50 degrees, so there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, relax, everybody. It's January. It happens every year.
Yep.
Thank you. So even though we'll finally reach our normal temperature for this time of year, we'll finally reach that by Sunday when it'll be 41. So for your today, 21 degrees, and then we pop up to 31 tomorrow. A lot of sunny skies really taking us through next Wednesday. I don't see any measurable or any precipitation at all. So sunny skies, but 31 today, 32 for your Friday. Saturday, 33. Sunday, we pop up to 41. Monday, Tuesday of next week, we hover in upper 30s, close to 40. And then, boom, next Wednesday, we're into 50. If Tony Bruno is listening to us, and he's in South Florida, which I'm going to go stay with he and Miss Robin. I could, bring him some bring him some goodies or something.
Exactly what they need. He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, it's beautiful there. We're sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Go to kitchenmagic.com today. Start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens for 45 years in our region. kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. You got to do it. Thanks, Kitchen Magic, for sponsoring our news. Kayal and Company News Live.
By the way, not to beat a dead horse here, but EKZ writes, hey, Nick, C.J. Stroud looked better than Hurts last season. How did Stroud look this season? Little too early to call.
True.
Little too early to call Daniels better than Hurts.
Premature
fair point.
calling.
Fair point. I have no rebuttal to that, which is why I don't do sports anymore. I would have been like, let's get a sports update and we'll go back to the phones. Yeah, he did have an off year. We'll see. 855-839-1210. We will come back. Cut sheet at 7:45. And also, we will get to Eric Adams. 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Wawa. Yes, right now, Wawa Rewards. If you're a member, you can get a bonus offer for a $1 any size hot coffee. Yeah. And I'm usually a iced coffee guy. Those are $2, but in this weather, hot coffee feels good.
Yeah, he does iced coffee. Every time we cross paths in the kitchen there, he's always putting the coffee in and putting ice cubes in. I'm like,
my scooper right out of the freezer.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't get the
he's like Satan.
I don't get the throat clearing and the phlegm then from when I'm broadcasting with the hot coffee.
Like Dawn and I do.
Yes, that's correct. That's why I do iced coffee.
I get you.
And
I
cold
get
brew.
you. I get you. Wawa, I love it.
Yes, Wawa. Or how about this? And this is usually post nap. A $3 Monster Energy drink. That is a 16-ounce can. If you're not a rewards member, what are you doing? Now is the time to join. Kayal and Company. We are back after this.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Got a roofing problem? Don't let it ruin your day.
Emmons Roofing and Siding offers professional roofing services, from repairs to complete lifetime warranted replacements.
And you can trust our experienced team to keep your home safe and secure. And we can even handle insurance claims for you.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You better watch what you say.
728. Kayal and company. We will head down to Florida in 1 hour. Tony Bruno coming up at 8:30. The cut sheet in about 20 minutes. And also the John Fetterman update.
He's just a wang.
Yes, he is. But before we get to that, I would argue this is a big story because it is one of the most prominent, if not the most prominent Democrat in all of American politics at the mayor level, right? You know, Sherrell Parker, Brandon Johnson, Karen Bass. But Eric Adams, I mean, you're the mayor of New York City. And yesterday, he sat down with Tucker Carlson, and it's mostly on illegal immigration and the border crisis and what has ravaged New York City. And I want people to remember this before we play this clip. I've got some stats here from the Biden administration from 2021 through 2024. This was the percentage increase in illegal immigration in the 7 swing states. If you recall, this election was about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and then, of course, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada. This is the percentage increase in illegal migrants in the 7 swing states from the day Joe walked in up until the election. Georgia saw a 401% increase. North Carolina, 446% increase. Pennsylvania, 241%. We were actually the lowest of the 7 swing states. Arizona, 734%. Nevada, 562%. Michigan, 775%. And Wisconsin, 467%. Percentage increase, illegal immigrants, 7 swing states in less than 4 years. And ask yourself, why? Why did we not see those numbers in Tennessee? Why did we not see those numbers in California? Well, obviously, those that are definitively red and those that are definitively blue, we're just going to punt on. We know what it is, and we know what elections come down to. A few swing states, perhaps even a few bellwether counties like Northampton County or Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Here is Eric Adams. Phil, this is clip K11 as he explains to Tucker Carlson what Joe Biden
told him verbatim about illegal immigrants coming to New York City. Take a listen to this.
You have no right to be here to come into your city, and you have to pay for it, and you complained. And this indictment was punishment for complaining. Is that what you're saying?
That is clearly my belief, and based on several aspects of it, that I can't go into detail, but there are other aspects of it that shows me that, I was targeted because of that.
So if we could just walk through and leave out the parts you can't talk about, of course, but this happens at the beginning of the Biden administration, which is close to the beginning of your administration. All these foreign nationals start showing up in New York. They have no money, they have no jobs, they have no place to stay, and you have to deal with them. And the taxpayers here have to deal with them. So you go to Washington. What were those meetings like?
Sharing with them that this was a problem.
Who did you speak to?
I spoke with Julie Chavez, is one of the personnel, Perez, another personnel. I spoke with the president himself. I spoke with the president first. Then the president came here to New York City. The governor and I sat down with the president, and I said, Mr. President, I'm not sure what they're telling you about this problem, but this is a terrible problem that's playing out on the ground, that we need to fix our border, and we need to just stop allowing people to come into the country with no destiny. We don't know what we're doing with them. And there was some that were coming here that were almost 6 months to a year, in some cases 2 years, without any work authorization. Like, what do you do with someone that cannot provide for themselves for that long period of time?
Well, what do you do?
We have to house them. We have to feed, clothe, house, educate 40,000 children, hold them into a shelter system, the complete package of what you would do for an adult that can't take care of themselves.
And so you tell the president and his aides this, and what do they say?
Basically, be a good Democrat, Eric.
Be a good Democrat?
That was the basic overall theme. One of his aides told me that, listen, this is like a gallstone. It'll pass.
It's like a gallstone. It'll pass. Be a good Democrat, Eric?
I don't buy a thing Eric Adams says.
Could very well be lying.
Not a thing.
Could very well be lying.
It's all too convenient right now.
Or he could be targeted because he spoke up. Remember the timeline here. He started calling out the Biden administration late 2023, early 2024. I've got some dates on the timeline jotted down here. In September 25th, and you will recall this. We talked about it. Dawn had it in the news. September 25th, 2024, Eric Adams indicted in federal corruption, allegedly took a $100,000 bribe from Turkish officials. And then on January 2nd this year, another law enforcement office raiding another top aide to Eric Adams. I mean, be a good Democrat, Eric. If I had to just guess here, with what I believe the agenda has always been, it's about getting new voters. It's about the great replacement. It's about having more voters in specific districts, in specific swing counties, in specific swing states to win elections under the assumption that these people will vote Democrat one day. I believe the Biden administration, Joe himself, or other top people, he mentioned two ladies there, Chavez and I forget the other one. I mean, if you don't think that that type of message in general was relayed to a lot of these sanctuary city, blue city mayors and governors, I think you're fooling yourself. Play along, play the game. Here's the playbook. Be a good Democrat, Eric. By the way, kind of a little racial undertone to that. Be a good Democrat, Eric. I don't know. If Trump said that to a black Republican, be a good Republican, Byron, what would the media say? I'm just wondering. I look at all of these numbers and you connect the dots. I mean, I don't think this is calculus here. This is basic arithmetic if you look at it. Dawn Stensland, your thoughts?
I will only say this about it, that it sounds big when you say $100,000. What I found interesting was that most of this had to do with upgrades in flights. That's what I've read. So in other words, when he was flying on these trips, they would upgrade him from, coach to first class. Now, in some of those, I guess he requested it.
Mm-hmm.
But many officials have come out and said, we're all in trouble, because they do this for anchor people. They do this for high-profile people all the time. And so if that's really all that this encompasses, I think they have a hard time because, man, a whole lot of individuals, unless you have a private plane, take these free upgrades. Airlines do it all the time. And part of it is maybe, yes, it's a celebrity, if you will, but also they do it for a safety and security aspect as well.
According to the Post, he was indicted, Eric Adams, that
5
is,
count.
in September on bribery, wire fraud, and conspiracy charges, as well as soliciting campaign contributions from foreign nationals.
But in part, they're saying some of those, Nick, were in the form of a trade. You know what I mean? Like a bump up, a better room at a hotel, or a flight. You know, you were coach. Now we're going to give you, and the country's going to pay for your first class upgrade. So you know what I'm saying?
Let's ask the question that everybody probably has already answered. If Eric Adams never spoke out negatively about immigration in his city, do we think the feds are raiding his office over what he's alleged to have committed?
Here's the thing, is that if you look at the timing of this, all this corruption and indictments and all this crap that came down about him, all of a sudden at that time, that's when all of a sudden he took a hard stance against immigration. If you listen to stuff that he said before, he was the complete opposite. So this is a CYA tactic by Eric Adams because he's hoping that the next administration will be more fancy to him, more friendly to him. You know what I mean?
So you think this is a cozy up attempt to get with Trump?
Yes. 100%.
Just like all the billionaires
100%.
in tech.
Yeah, he can go screw. Honestly, I have no use for Eric Adams. Yeah. I mean, he's been so wishy-washy on everything. And
I have no sympathy for him.
New York is not a city I give a rip about. But you know, let them have him. But I don't think that he's genuine at all. I think he's just doing this to cover his own tracks.
Just to localize it for a moment as we wrap up here before the cut sheet. I mean, how would this play out in Philadelphia, whether it's Sherrell Parker now or Jim Kenney in the past administration? If they put up any sort of resistance or if they publicly spoke out about illegal migrants in the city as a sanctuary city, do we think that they would be dealing it? Because we know all of these politicians are lining their pockets. They're all corrupt. But usually, if you march to the beat of the party, you don't get raided. You don't get investigated. So, but if I'm gathering what you say correctly, Stalker, you think that this is more of Eric, of the administration working against Adams, and now Adams is like, well, then screw you. I'm just going to spill the beans to Tucker Carlson.
100%.
Two things. I would say, number one, they keep talking about this, that yes, it looks like a 6-figure amount, but when you look through the indictment, it's all of these upgrades that the foreign entities gave to him. So my question is, are they going to go through and look at all of the officials and elected officials who were upgraded and so on? Then we should be equal in that investigation. I would ask for that. And number two, to Greg's point, the timeline. I thought, as I recall, the timeline was that this story broke and the feds were raiding things and his aides after he went and met with, remember he went to Texas, or there was a back and forth. So then it would appear that it was in reaction to him saying, I need this money. So did he know that this indictment was coming? That's right. Greg's point. That Greg is alleging that Adams knew the indictment was coming and used that as the cover.
Right. And then I would love to know, in some of these swing states, whether it's Michigan or North Carolina's governor, Roy Cooper, Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, you go into all of these 7 swing states, which major cities in those swing states have a Democrat mayor or statewide a state governor? And to me, the question and the investigative approach should be, how many other people were told? Because this is where the numbers were skyrocketing. And New York was not on the list because New York is not a swing state, as we know. 855-839-1210. We will come back, get to a Wednesday edition of What is on the Cut Sheet. That'll lead us straight into Tony Bruno, and that'll lead us further into the 9 o'clock hour and all the humor and frivolity that ensues in the final hour of this program. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, and siding, how much I love my patio doors, the wall of glass that Chapman installed right outside my foyer area. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, I'd only trust the Chapman family team. Until the end of this month, until the end of January, and you got to do this, you can receive 50% off any standard door installation when you purchase a new door. And think about a new front door, entry door, what that would do as far as giving your home really a look of a makeover. If you have maybe an upcoming wedding, graduation, a special party coming up, something this spring, I'd take advantage of this fantastic promotion before it's too late. Who wouldn't want a gorgeous new front door in all your photos, right? Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they carry a range of top brands you can choose from, including Provia. That's what I have. And they're going to work with you to pick the perfect door just for you. You can visit their showroom in Westchester, or they can come to you. They'll come to your house, do all the measurements, give you some ideas if that's what you need. But whether you or somebody you know, you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, whatever that is, just give them a call. You can text them too. They're local. They're listening right now, and they're like-minded. Great people. 610-431-8898. Or you can take a virtual tour online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. When you give them a gift from Cozy Jewelers, you are showing them how smart and special you are. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and handmake 90% of their jewelry, and that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Rich Zioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
How do you know Empathy Man?
Kayal and Company, 7:46 on a no empathy, no F's given Wednesday. And yes, that was the real Kamala Harris. Yesterday, we had the fake Kamala Harris.
Wow, yeah.
Which damn near broke X.
It broke X.
I mean...
Well, she's really popular on the internet.
She really is. Funny. It is unbelievable. Great performance if you missed it. We tweeted it out at 1210 WPHT yesterday. It was a quick hit, a little 5-minute conversation with the former Veep. You'll laugh your you-know-what off. Check it out. It's on the 1210 timeline.
But, by the way, real fast, before we get to, since we're speaking about X, before we get to the cut sheet, can I just say this? I've said this many times. I just want to say it again. There are a handful of trolls on the internet that love to, go after us. They're now trying to go after our sponsors. So I just want to say this to everybody out there listening on 1210 WPHT, the radio, the Odyssey app. Watch on YouTube. It is imperative that you patronize our sponsors. You just tell them how much it means to you that they sponsor what we do. We couldn't do it without them. We will in fact go away if our sponsors go away. So, what 3 people are doing on the internet, don't let them scare them away. Please. So write emails, go buy cars, go buy, use Marvin E. cans. Everything that we talk about here, please utilize. I'm going to say it again. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'll take another.
These effing trolls, man. I know. Just go away, sitting in their underwear. I'm gonna talk about because I don't like what I hear on the radio.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problem I have,
screw.
Yeah, the problem I have with it, some of them are not individual trolls; they're actually PACs.
Yeah.
That are, say that they're nonprofits, and I think that's a problem too.
Yeah. There's people with nothing better. Like, if you don't like what we do, that's fine. Turn it off. You know what I mean? Like, if our ratings go down, we'll go away. It's that simple.
I love the fact that haters consume me. I really do.
I want everybody. Yeah. I don't care.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I really do.
I don't love everything Nick and Dawn say and Dom say and Rich say, but it's let's have a debate. Let's have dialogue about it.
This is the platform to do it.
They don't love everything I say.
You can say whatever you'd like as long as you don't curse.
Dawn yelled at me this morning for interrupting her too much.
Yes.
I love it. It's good. She's right.
Spanking machine.
Shut the hell up.
I spanked him during the commercial break. He's better now.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. All right, let's do this.
What's on the cut sheet?
You hear these ads we're reading? Remember them. Ooh, what's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? Is it Tuesday? No, it's Wednesday. Wednesday. Boy, I got that wrong.
We are not going backwards.
Is sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. Is your auto lease nearing its end? Consider a lease buyout with American Heritage. You'll choose a cost-effective option that keeps you in the vehicle you love. Learn more about AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto. Insured by NCUA, not a member. Join today. Equal opportunity lender. Thank you very much for sponsoring the ever-important Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Okay, let's start here with cut 3. I need to start with something funny. Because
yeah. Been a serious morning.
My head's going to explode if I don't.
Oh, no.
Does anybody here consume Skinny Pop? The popcorn?
Yes.
I love Skinny Pop. Thank you.
My daughters have had it from time to time.
The salt and pepper.
Yep.
The best.
You like pepper on your popcorn?
A little spice. Oh, delightful. Delicious.
I like a little garlic powder on my popcorn.
I could go with that too.
Yeah.
This person says that, there's all like the skinny girl margaritas, the skinny pop, all that stuff. There's this whole brand. She says it's fatophobic.
Oh.
The skinny brands are fatophobic.
So like Diet Coke is fatophobic?
No, anything just with the word skinny in it.
Oh.
Because monstrosities like her feel...
No, ma'am.
Not nice.
The National Organization of Men Against Amazonian Masterhood.
They feel that they're being put upon.
So a simplistic adjective like skinny used as a marketing ploy to sell a healthy alternative is hating on a certain community.
Roll it.
Using the word skinny to market products that have fewer calories or are healthier is fatphobic. Skinny pop, skinny cow, with the tape measure tied around the waist. And you can try to change the logo, but it's still fatphobic. Skinny girl, egregious, just egregious. To make something have fewer calories, less sugar, you say make it skinny? Smoothie King, I hope you can now see how people use fat phobia as a marketing tool. It's not about those options having less calories and less sugar, it's the way they're marketed.
It's called capitalism, toots. If you don't like it, run away. Or just run. You literally burnt more calories bitching on TikTok than you did on the treadmill, so it was probably a good day for you. But I would just say two things, as I always say to these people that lose their mind over this embracement of fat. Number one, look, the reality is this. Just learn to say, no, thank you, I'm full, okay? We start there, right? Smaller portions. The diet, because you can exercise all you want, like I do. But when I eat 6 slices of Sicilian pizza on a Friday and then do the treadmill, I accomplish nothing. Yeah. So it's smaller portions, healthier food, plus cardio, core, and lightweight training. You're welcome.
I was going to do some sit-ups last night after I had a bowl of turkey chili, and I was just like, nope.
A little turkey chili.
I'm not going to do that. Yeah, so good. So good.
I'm a big fan of the turkey.
Oh, God, so
The only thing I'll say say with the skinny pop or anything like that, there's so much false labeling.
Sure.
That oftentimes they'll say something is, I don't know, healthier, or for people with different ailments or diabetes, or you want to do the keto thing, whatever that looks like. And I do think the labeling, you have to know your stuff because they lie. Mm-hmm. So some of the skinny pops, because to me the popcorn is what's skinny.
Yeah,
agreed. It has nothing to do with you. Yeah,
look at the ingredients.
The ingredients are like, so I just think for people, this lady doesn't have maybe any health ailments, but I do think there's a lot of. But I think on a serious note, there's like a lot of labeling. They say it's healthy. It's so unhealthy.
Agreed. What did Trump eat for his first meal back in the White House?
Skinny pop.
This is the former White House chef that prepares the meal. His name is Andre Rush. He worked in the White House as a chef for 4 administrations: Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Donald Trump. A tomahawk steak.
Hey.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey. Reverse seared, hopefully.
This is Andre Rush showing how he's preparing this meal. Go for it.
Hello, I'm Chef Andre Rush. Everybody knows me as the White House chef, decorated military veteran, and today I'm going to be preparing the very first meal that I would do for our 47th President of the United States of America. Let's get started. And for the first meal, as we come together as a nation, I chose this tomahawk. Big, bold, strong, and iconic, just like our American flag.
Look at that.
I didn't just want to do a dish for the president. This is America on a plate. The tomahawk steak represents strength and determination. The smoky blue blaze that lit up so high and extinguished, saying we've lost and rebuilt each time. The chimichurri, the land that we stand on. The green beans for growth and prosperity. Altogether, the depth and boldness.
Oh, look at that.
The heart and soul of our great nation.
The asparagus.
Red, white, and blue. Valor, bravery, purity, vigilance, and justice for all. Here's a new beginning and continued strength to our great nation. Together we rise, stronger and united. Congratulations once again, Mr. President.
He does. 91 Alice Dexter says it's Michael Irvin jacked. He does look like Michael Irvin.
It is. So we went from skinny pop chick on TikTok to the Lou Ferrigno.
Let me ask you, Kayal, because I don't know where you're at in your diet regimen. How do you take your steak?
Medium.
Okay.
Medium. The higher the quality beef, the
Agreed.
more red.
Dawn, if you're eating steak or when you did eat steak.
Medium rare.
Medium rare, yeah.
Wow. Look. Wow. Oh,
Medium rare.
Okay.
Got to be good.
That's how I take it too.
Yeah. Filet.
So good.
I'll go medium rare on filet, obviously with prime rib.
Yeah.
Strip steak or a ribeye, a little bit more cooked medium.
A good ribeye with a nice layer of fat, so it's juicy enough.
And by the way,
starving.
I made steaks just like that for Larry and David last night.
Nice.
But I had a nice salad with some tuna.
Oh.
I'm into my tuna phase.
Yeah?
Like tuna, like ahi.
real, real tuna, not like bumblebee
Because
can.
it's just, it's high protein, totally low fat.
What time should I be over tonight? About 6?
I know, right? Come on over, baby.
So you go
Sounds
with
delicious.
a really healthy tuna. I go can. I throw a bunch of mayonnaise in it. Then I get some cheese, some shredded lettuce, some onion, put it on a Kaiser roll.
By the way, anybody dieting or wanting to eat healthy, steak. I'm telling you. Stop with the
protein.
Red meat's gonna kill you. No, it's not.
You're gonna get dementia.
Yeah, okay.
It was in a study.
I know it was the study.
The study.
By the way, steaks. I'm on a big McCormick Montreal steak marinade, the dry rub in the bottle.
Just put a little olive oil on it, bro. You don't need all the rubs. Just put a little olive oil on it, maybe a little pepper. You're good.
Salt, pepper, garlic, crushed red pepper, and I forget what else is in the McCormick one.
Speaking of Kamala Harris, she spoke to the L.A. Fire Department. You know, it's funny. You know, we got a few people yesterday, the trolls, who are just like, "Is this the best you guys can do?" She lost. It's like, I mean, listen to this and tell us that this is not worth mocking. Roll it.
Strangers who, in the face of that stranger, they see a neighbor. These are folks who understand the strength and the value of community, which is everyone coming together with a shared sense of purpose and identity as a community of people.
Community banks.
And I wanted to come by, most importantly, to thank them, those who have volunteered and have brought people together and have sacrificed so much, and our firefighters. And I mentioned to these firefighters the fact that California firefighters, time and time again, prove themselves to be the best.
Yeah.
There you
Well,
go.
they fight fires without water. They are the best. Yeah, it's amazing. Esty had such a great comment yesterday when I asked her when she was doing her Kamala impression, what are your plans? Are you going to run for mayor or governor of California? And she was like, yeah, I had planned on that, but Gavin burnt the whole damn state down.
It's great. You can see all that on Axe, by the way.
Yep.
We mentioned Tom Homan. He was interviewed yesterday discussing the deportation efforts that are going on. He says it has started.
Okay.
This is Cut 7, Phil. Go.
So, Tom, we were expecting, based on your initial schedule, that today roundups of criminal illegal aliens and the process of deporting them would begin. That seems to have been put on hold for a little while. When can we expect that to happen? Where will it begin?
No, it started.
It has started.
ICE teams are out there as of today. We gave them the direction to prioritize public safety threats that we're looking for. So we've been working up the target list. There was some discussion about Chicago because the specific operational plan was released. So we had to look at and reevaluate, does this raise officer safety concerns? And it does. Mm-hmm. But we've addressed that, and teams are all effective today.
So critics were saying, okay, you're going to round up people's abuela, their grandmother, and ship them back to where they emigrated from. Who are the people that you're targeting, at least in this initial phase?
Right out of the gates, public safety threats. Those who are in the country legally that's been convicted or arrested for a serious crime. But let me be clear. It's not only public safety threats that will be arrested, because in sanctuary cities, we're not allowed to get that public safety threat in the jail, which means we got to go to the neighborhood and find him. And when we find him, he may be with others. And unlike the last administration, we're not going to tell ICE officers not to arrest an illegal alien. So if they find others, they'll be arrested. So sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the neighborhood and more collateral arrests.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, if I had a backbone, boy, would I love to be an ICE agent in this administration. Rolling into sanctuary cities, catching people that are convicted criminals or who have been released to the community that are a major threat to people's safety and security, that have been given countless get-out-of-jail-for-free cards. I mean, why stop with illegals? Honestly, at this point, just get rid of all bad people. With the last 4 years, as somebody who loves police officers and respects the profession, the amount of people, remember, the individual in New York, in the Daniel Penny situation, I believe it was Penny, it might have been a different story or a different case, was arrested 47 times.
Yep.
Whatever happened to 3 strikes and you're out? Is that no longer a thing?
No, 47 strikes and you're out.
My God.
Maybe you're out.
Yeah, maybe.
By the way, Trump yesterday in the 5 o'clock hour held a press conference announcing the creation of the new major American AI company called Stargate.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which will invest $500 billion into the country and potentially create 100,000 new jobs immediately. This is just a little bit of the announcement from yesterday. Cut 8, Phil, go.
Together, these world-leading technology giants are announcing the formation of Stargate. So put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it in the future. A new American company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States and very, very quickly, moving very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately. This monumental undertaking is a resounding declaration of confidence in America's potential under a new president. Let me be a new president. I didn't say it, they did. So I appreciate that, fella.
I've actually read that a lot of these positions will start in the 6-figure salary range from Jump Street, which is nice. And I tell you, if you are tech savvy, I mean, this is a great time for you to capitalize on your ability with technology, computers, artificial intelligence, all this stuff out there. Because if you look at some of the jobs that are the most in demand right now, I mean, they, along with the trades, they are right near the top. So if that's your skill set, man, you could cash in for sure.
NVIDIA stock is already rising in the pre-markets today.
Yep.
Because NVIDIA is obviously the big AI company.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of tech and stocks, did you see that Netflix is now up to $968 a share?
And it's weird because they just raised their prices.
Yes.
They did, and it's because they just announced that they have 300 million plus subscribers.
It's unbelievable.
I know.
Netflix, Apple, and Amazon are just going to run the world.
It's funny you say that because I sent you guys an article yesterday about how they were talking about the ratings for the inauguration going down. They were down from 2021. They were down from and you, Nick, you can say what you said.
Yeah. Let me pull it up real quick.
You said something to the effect of it's because people don't watch TV anymore, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you sent us the ratings from showbiz411.com. Ratings down 9 million from Biden's 2021 inauguration, with middle-aged and young people tuning it out. And it was actually right before I went to bed. I said, nobody watches TV anymore except for me. Trump preached
What do you mean by that when you say TV? Do you mean
like live television?
Yes, like
I don't even DVR a ton of things. Like I make, if I'm going to watch something, I make sure I watch it when it's coming on.
Dawn, you watching YouTube TV does not count because it's streaming. You're streaming.
Well, and technically I have YouTube TV as well, so maybe I don't apply to this anymore.
So neither of you count. That's what I'm talking about. Is that it's not that people don't watch TV. It's that their form or their mode of getting TV is different than having a box and you know what I mean, like having Comcast come over, Verizon come over. Yeah, it's different.
So does Nielsen Nielsen doesn't count?
They
YouTube?
do. They count streaming, but it lags, and it's like a different, it's plus streaming and plus this and plus that is when you determine the ratings. My question for you, Kayal, is that I grant it that more people are getting their news and their watching habits from their phones or whatever. Why has the NFL ratings not dipped then?
I actually think the only reason cable television still exists is for live sports play-by-play anymore. But I actually think in a couple of years, within 10 years, I think the Super Bowl is going to be on either Amazon, Apple, or Netflix. And I do think eventually CBS, NBC, ABC, and any other linear television, network television, I think they're going to lose the rights. I think streaming is going to outbid them.
Well, I mean, look at who has the NFL package, the NFL Sunday package. It's YouTube TV.
Yep.
So they're already going the way of streaming, Nick, to your point.
Yeah.
But it's still the the NFL numbers, the Super Bowl, it's going to be still 90 million people. It's going to go up from last year. There's no question in my mind.
Yeah.
So in every other aspect, besides the NFL, cable TV is going down, but the NFL still
a juggernaut.
Yeah.
I think
it's crazy.
You'll get that report will come out probably at some point this month or in February.
Yep.
The top 50 rated broadcasts of the last calendar year on cable, and it will be like 42 of the 50 will be NFL games.
Well, not just NFL. I mean, Netflix, they attributed, in fact, this latest jump in their 19 million new subscribers. And I can say this is my household. It was that Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, the boxing match.
Like Glitch Fest.
We had to get all that because I have, because of my sons.
Yep.
And so they're driving that.
Yep. But in regards to your email with the ratings for Trump, I also, want to point out that, Trump reached young people on things like TikTok, which he talked about. But I'm not surprised that the numbers are down because this was always the thing for us when I was doing sports for many years is losing creates appointment tune-ins, which means I actually, and I've lived it, where when the football team that I was talking about, whether it's in Philly, Nashville, or Atlanta, after a win, things would dip a little bit. But boy, you have a coaching disaster or a quarterback turnover that cost you the game. Next Monday, from a content standpoint, you're like, yeah, they lost. It's going to be great.
All right, getting back to the Trump announcement yesterday about the creation of the new American AI company, Stargate. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman was also on hand to discuss about this. This is what he said. Cut 10, Phil, go.
I don't have too much to add, but I did want to say I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America. I think this will be the most important project of this era, and as Masa said, for AGI to get built here, to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, to create a new industry centered here. We wouldn't be able to do this without you, Mr. President, and I'm thrilled that we get to. I think it'll be an exciting project. I think we'll be able to do all of the wonderful things that these guys talked about. But the fact that we get to do this in the United States is I think, wonderful. So thank you very much.
Could you just say one word? I hear so many positive things about what it's going to do for medical research and for solving things, cancer and all the different problems. How will AI help us with the fight against the various problems, diseases, etc.?
These guys can maybe share more about some of the work they're doing there. I think they'll jointly be some of the leaders.
He has no idea.
Driving progress here. But I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate. We will be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer and that one and heart disease. And what this will do for the ability to deliver very high quality healthcare, the costs, but really to cure the diseases at a rapid rate, I think will be among the most important things this technology does.
All right, so as Sam Altman said when he started, I don't have much to add. Actually, I do. I have three things I want to point out. And I'll try not to be as monotone and as boring as another billionaire guy with a ton of money and just zero charisma or personality. What's interesting is he's saying that they're going to be able to cure diseases. You really think Big Pharma is going to allow that to happen? You really think we are on a collision? If what he is saying is accurate, and I don't know a ton about artificial intelligence other than deep fakes on social media. So we're going to have a collision course of artificial intelligence with Big Pharma for the sake of the betterment of humanity. But somebody's pockets are about to get really wiped out. And Big Pharma, Big Food, these lobbyists, these groups, these special interests. You think they're going to allow that to happen? Because if you can, quote, cure cancer, so to speak, right, with artificial intelligence, how do you think Big Pharma feels about that? With chemo and radiation. I've always thought a lot of these diseases, they probably can be eradicated, but that's not profitable.
Yeah, but the Big Pharma is just going to invest in AI. It'll just be another one of their pathways.
See, take it to the next level.
Right.
During this press conference, he also took questions from reporters. The first one asked, we talked about this yesterday at length in this hour here, about TikTok. And Trump said yesterday that he wants a 50% ownership in from the U.S. for ByteDance for the owners of TikTok. If we're going to do that, he's given them 90 days to negotiate this deal. We had a spirited conversation yesterday on whether it would be the U.S. government that does it or a private company. A reporter asked Trump if he's open to Elon Musk buying TikTok, which I said I'm fine with any sort of private business person buying this because it does make good business sense for both sides, because ByteDance TikTok needs the American consumer to consume TikTok for it to be profitable. So it makes sense to make us some sort of a deal here. I'm against the U.S. government getting involved in this, but let's hear from them. Cut 9.
Let me do this first.
Are you open to Elon buying TikTok?
Say it.
Are you open to Elon buying TikTok?
I would be if he wanted to buy it, yeah.
And on your inauguration,
I'd like Larry to buy it too. I have the right to make a deal. So the deal I'm thinking about, Larry, let's negotiate in front of the media. The deal, I think, is this, and I've met with owners of TikTok, the big owners. It's worthless if it doesn't get a permit. It's not like, oh, you can take the U.S. The whole thing is worthless. With a permit, it's worth like $1 trillion. So what I'm thinking about saying to somebody is buy it and give half to the United States of America, half, and we'll give you the permit. And they'll have a great partner, the United States. And they'll have something that's actually more valuable because they have the ultimate partner, and the United States will make it very worthwhile for them in terms of the permits and everything else. But so think of it, you have an asset that has no value or has $1 trillion value. It all depends on whether or not the United States gives the permit. So what I'm saying is let the United States give the permit, and the United States should get half. Sounds reasonable. What do you think?
Sounds like a good deal to me, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good deal to me, Mr. President. Oh, God, the ass kissing is just disgusting.
Oh, yeah, I know.
So listen to what he said there. Musk can buy it, but then has to give it to the U.S. government.
Well,
right?
I don't think this is where he brainstorms out loud in front of the media.
He's spitballing,
And so maybe you think that's transparency, but I think that the lawyers have to look at it and have to go, Mr. President, like they have to make it legal and then look at the conflict of interest. And Elon Musk is like, even though he's not a government employee, like, I don't know. They have to look at all of that.
Will you two go on record? And say that if the U.S. government takes control of half of
They're
TikTok,
not going to.
it's a bad thing?
Oh, it's yeah. Yeah, I don't want.
I'm not going to say
even
that
if Trump does it. Even if Trump does it,
it's a silly thing to say because it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it won't happen.
It's just silly.
Nor would I ever.
This is what he does. He throws this out there because there are some people biting at the bit. He wants a bidding process. He wants everybody fighting over this. That's why he's doing this.
It would be state-ran media. I just
run.
Yeah,
run, baby, run.
Like the lady with the slim
Forrest,
popcorn, run. But then, like two things with this is number one. Could you imagine the media meltdown if Elon bought this? I mean, they've already lost their collective minds over him restoring free speech on X. If he were to own two, heads would spontaneously combust. And then as far as the joint venture goes, as far as millionaires and billionaires jumping in and kind of, pooling their money together to buy it, I mean, for the most part, these billionaires are not stupid people, right? So I would actually argue, and I could be wrong on this, TikTok has probably peaked. It's probably reached its highest value.
I don't think, Nick, I disagree.
But look at how many social media things last 3 to 5 years, right? Whatever happened to let's go back in time, all right? Let's start with the internet era. AOL Instant Messenger came and went. MySpace came and went. Facebook's still strong. I don't know that Facebook is still the juggernaut that it used to be. Some people argue X is not what it used to be because of Elon. Some say, well, it was better under Jack Dorsey. Then there was Threads. Has anybody talked about Threads in months? I haven't heard Threads in a while. I haven't heard a lot about Snapchat recently.
It's different, brother.
Why is it different?
Because it is.
They're all modes of expression.
Agreed. But TikTok was such a huge juggernaut, such a huge form of communication. I really think that if it goes away and then comes back, it's going to be bigger than ever.
Well, what's the new one the kids are using now? Is it Redbook? What did we call it yesterday?
Red Note or something.
Red Note.
And right away, like Michael was like, "Oh, it's Zhang." It's the real name is like Zhang Zhang Ji or whatever.
Yeah.
And so they're going to that because it's another, it's allegedly, I guess, owned by the Chinese government. The one thing I'm going to say about this that everybody's overlooking, and this is why TikTok will grow. Why? Because only about 28% of TikTok's current users are Gen Xers. So think about Gen Z. Everybody markets to, we've got to have those Gen Zers. But they're not looking at who the Gen Zers live with. That's me.
Well,
that's my husband.
My daughters are below Gen Z.
Right?
They are Gen Alpha.
So think about it. This is where, who has the money? Who has the money saved? Who has the money invested? Who can tap into their 401k, or they almost can? That's the Gen Xers. So think about it. Only 28% of TikTok users are Gen X right now. So look at, if you grow that to 65%, by the way, that's where the money is, then they're buying stuff for their kids, they're buying for themselves, whatever. Now you're talking. So if it's at like $1 trillion, Trump estimates, and you only have 28% of your biggest money block, your spending block, boom.
So
there's your growth opportunity.
Trump mentioned 170 million Americans that use it. And that's obviously a number that, TikTok has probably provided him. Remember, the CEO was at the inauguration. But within that this is where social media is a little bit misleading. There might be 170 million Americans that are, quote, on TikTok. How many of them actively use it? How many have created it 6 years ago and never went back on after creating it? How many use it to watch things but never post their own, video or whatever you do on TikTok? I'm not on it. So I think that's a little misleading. A lot like the impressions and the views you get, right? Oh my God, Tucker Carlson got 31 million people, 31 million views. And like a view is counted as if you just kind of scroll by it in your timeline. So it's a little misleading. I find it really hard to believe that there's actually half of the American population actively using it. I think that number on TikTok, yes. There's only 340 million people that we know of in this country. 50% seems high.
I think a lot more people are using it than. I mean, I feel like this election proved that social media is a huge juggernaut and it's not going anywhere. It's only going to get bigger.
So are we now going to start saying social media is real life, or is it still a fun house?
Look,
because I think it's still a fun house.
I know this is a no-no in talk radio to ever admit you're wrong on anything, but I was completely wrong on the social media thing. And yes, social media is how people get their news, it's real life for a lot of people. It's sad. It's sad in my opinion.
I get that.
But that's life now.
It's also how people create revenue as content creators, which, by the way, just because you can make a few bucks, doesn't make your content great. We just have a lot of stupid suckers out there. But again, I'll go back to what you said with social media not being real life, because the majority of the hellfire, brimstone, outrage, doom and gloom, you don't see that in everyday life. When you walk into the grocery store, not everybody's triggered. When you walk into Target,
Agreed.
We are mostly a civil society with more commonalities.
It gives you beer
Correct.
muscles. You're going to say things you don't normally say to people,
right?
Because you're anonymous when you do it.
Yep.
All right, let's keep going with the Trump press conference yesterday on the H-1B visa program. This was a big topic of discussion during the Christmas holiday. There's a disagreement on conservatives with this, and Trump kind of rides the fence a little bit, and he says, "I'm sort of both sides on this argument." Okay. Stuck in the middle with you. Stuck in the middle with you. I think I know that guy.
950. Today in music history.
Roll it.
President, there's been some debate within your orbit over whether or not to keep or eliminate H-1B visas. What's your position on that? Do you want to keep H-1Bs or do you want to get them?
I like both sides of the argument, but I also like very competent people coming into our country, even if that involves them training and helping other people that may not have the qualifications they do. But I don't want to stop. And I'm not just talking about engineers. I'm talking about people at all levels. We want competent people coming into our country. And HB1, I know the program very well. I use the program. Maitre d's, wine, experts, even waiters, high quality waiters. You got to get the best people. Now, then you go into people like Larry, and he needs engineers, and Massa needs, and this gentleman needs engineers like nobody's ever needed engineers, right? So we have to have the quality people coming in. Now, by doing that, we're expanding businesses, and that takes care of everybody. So I'm sort of on both sides of the argument, but what I really do feel is that we have to let really competent people, great people come into our country, and we do that through the H-1 program.
So no to birthright citizenship, but okay to letting competent people come in. Okay.
Little rich there. I would agree.
Here's what it's sort of.
Don't take him literally. Take him. Okay.
I feel. So
That's what the left
thing I
does.
think of, and they're looking at like countries like India, things like that, different countries where they do great in math and science. So part of what starts to boil my blood is that, let's think about Philadelphia or just American kids in general. We lack in the world. We suck with math and science. I'm sorry to say it so bluntly, but we suck.
No, we do.
And so all these jobs, what they're saying is, hey, AI, these huge jobs that are high-paying jobs, and then they're going to, because there's like this urgent need, they're going to like pass over us. No, right now is the opportunity. We should demand that are in our educational system. I don't care how they do it, but we need to, starting at age 3, really just fortify our schools and our kids everywhere with math and science. We need to infuse that into kids' lives. We need to make sure that American kids, and people born here get these jobs first.
Yeah. I mean, look, when you look at the engineers, as he's talking about, whether it's on the AI side of things or the technology side or the infrastructure side, why can't you have your cake and eat it too? Why can't you find and, whittle out and find the absolute best based on merit and then fast track their citizenship status to be here legally if it pays dividends for major projects, so to speak, in this country?
This is the problem. This is the problem where the billionaire tech bros, and I don't call them that, but that's what the media does. That's the problem where their influence is not good for Trump, because they need engineers, they need people like this to further their businesses. Elon Musk needs these people. Vivek Ramaswamy needs these people. They all need these people. So this is where you get that rift between like the Steve Bannon faction and the tech bros.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, because along with the departure from Doge with Vivek, there's a lot of speculation in some of these reports that I read yesterday that it was the whole H-1, the visa situation we were talking about, that actually broke out during the Christmas break, where Vivek and Elon were butting heads on this. That ultimately, according to reports, is what wore out Vivek's welcome. Yep. I forget who had the report yesterday. Again, don't know if it's true or not. Axios.
Yep.
Where basically they were like, no, just this guy needs to go.
Yep. There were two kind of different visions of Doge. And the vision that Trump wanted, because he said it, was Elon Musk's vision. So that kind of, Vivek was kind of like, out, or because of that.
Yeah.
So,
Ramaswamy.
That concerns me because the look of that is that, the white guys are, you know what I mean? The look of that is, white guys are doing this. And you have somebody like Vivek, who's brilliant guy, did not grow up with wealth or privilege, but he would qualify, right, I think, for the black and brown community. And so the fact, if that's true, that would be very concerning. You want a diverse group of brilliant, fabulous people just saying, hey, we want to, on one hand, make sure everybody gets merit, but that should not exclude opportunity.
Correct.
But so the truth of the matter is that, I'm sorry, but if you're white or you have a certain look, you have better opportunity in this country. That's just a reality.
I also think it just goes to show you that.
No, Greg, look at Philadelphia. What happened to Philadelphia kids during the pandemic? Shall we review? Black and brown children, like 90% in our schools here, were shut out of school. They were shut out of Philadelphia schools.
That's very woke of you, Dawn.
And they suck in school. No, they were. They were shut during during COVID.
And I love it.
And then what happened with all the white kids? Why do you think people left? People left in droves. Where did they go? They went outside of Philadelphia, where their white kid could still go to a school, or they went to a private school. Who was left back here with the schlock?
Schlock.
And the teachers leaving.
Schlock.
And the kids who do excel, they don't even have the right math teachers for the kids. Like, it's our school system right now is a mess. And you know what Tony Watlington is talking about in Philadelphia, our superintendent? Oh, well, if ICE comes here, they better have a warrant for, you know what I mean? That's what they're worried about. They're distracted. Get focused, people, and improve our schools. But who suffers the most? Black and brown children in cities like Philadelphia, Chicago, New York. Look it up for yourselves. And so isn't that a form of, I don't know, bias, discrimination? And so, yeah, they're left out because what is the government doing now? Here's the International Student Assessment, #1 for science and math, Singapore. #1, ranks highest globally. And then that's quickly followed by China, Estonia, Canada. You know where we suck in the United States of America.
We're like
15-year-olds. Oh my God, it's like embarrassing. We're way below average.
Yeah.
And we're this wealthy country.
It's been a nosedive since 1979 with the creation of the Department of Education. And Piers Morgan, how do you think Dawn's taking this right now?
Fobbed off.
He's fobbed off. Dawn is fobbed off.
I don't even know what that means. But
So you went down that road. I would just say I would go down a different road with this battle with Elon and Vivek. To me, it just goes to show you the influence and the power that Elon has right now over the Trump administration. To me, you better be careful. If you're going to butt heads with Elon Musk, he might be right near the top as far as the power rankings of influence goes.
Well, Ambrose Evans Pritchard wrote a story this morning. The MAGA movement is out to get Elon Musk, and so is China. Trump may have to sacrifice the tech billionaire. Washington is too small for two such egos, according to this reporter.
I don't know. They seem like they get along now. I would just say I pray to God that just everybody across the political gamut invest in our most valuable resource in the nation. They talk about drill, baby, drill. They talk about gold. They talk about minerals. Our greatest asset in America is our people. So invest in our people. Really invest. Not throwing money at these middle people in the school system, these bureaucrats that Paul Vallis, caught and called out years ago. Invest in our children and do it right. That is the future of America.
That's right. 855-839-1210. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Robert Half, which is way better than Robert Fool, by the way. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI model, speaking of AI that we're talking about, to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Speaking of talent, one of the greatest talents of all time in any medium.
Can we play can you show this is cut 4. We're going down south to Florida, but where there is reportedly like 6 inches of snow. This is Pensacola, Florida. If you're watching right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT Rollerville. Look at all that snow in Florida.
Lots of snow.
Is Tony Bruno snowed in?
Mustard.
Where he's at. We'll find out, right?
That's correct. That's, I believe, they call a tease in the industry.
Tease.
Yeah, Mr. Florida, Tony Bruno, next on Kayal and Company.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply by February 12th and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Holy cow.
Yeah, holy cow, indeed. Snow in the south. Arctic temperatures in the north. Maybe hell has really frozen over. People having meltdowns. It's only hot on social media these days as we head down to Florida with the great Tony Bruno. Hello, sir.
Good morning. I did have to turn the heat on this morning. 45 degrees here in Cape Coral, Florida. And by the way, Pensacola is way north. It's up in the Panhandle. You know, Pensacola, Panama City, Destin, Florida. You know, so it's cold up there. It's colder down here, but it's 45. So I did turn the heat on. And that is your latest traffic and weather together. And by the way, one of the great meteorologists down here at Wink, the former home of the great Dawn Stensland, Matt Devitt, says, yes, they're still open. The Waffle House in Pensacola, Florida is open. There's a shot of the Waffle House, and it's completely covered with snow. But you can see the Waffle House is open. And it's very, very active.
Hey, Tony, cholesterol never takes a day off, sir. That's right. Never takes a day off. Good to have you in. We'll get to the Eagles in a little bit. But just your thoughts over the last couple of days, from the inauguration to the media coverage. We've got pastors lecturing Trump on trans rights.
I know.
Your thoughts on everything since Monday morning.
Well, one thing I realized, I'm glad I've never went into a Presbyterian church. I mean, that's what it is about all these Protestants, you know, and even the Catholics, even the Pope is Satan now. I don't trust any religion. I'm going to go all Bill Maher now. I don't trust any religion. I believe in God. Okay.
Thank you.
You can believe in the God you want to.
Thank you.
I believe in only one God. And to have this freak show chick go out there. By the way, speaking of that, mean tweets are back. Did you see this? Remember, we were waiting Donald Trump this morning at 12:39 a.m. While everybody else was sleeping. He got up in the White House master bedroom, Lincoln bedroom.
Yeah.
Yes, and he tweets about the pastor ripping her a new one. And by the way, I mean, seriously, I get it. She hates Trump. I get it. But anybody who thought that was respectful, no trans person is going to be arrested. You know, you can do whatever you want. That's the thing. And so if you look at the tweet, I mean, it's a long, he didn't call her names. He just said it was disrespectful.
We have the
tweet. And it was. Let's be honest.
We have the tweet.
You have
we
the
can
tweet?
tell
Yeah.
Nick is Tony Bruno's Padawan, because Nick at 32.
Yeah. Phil brought it into me. It's up on
like-minded.
YouTube. It's on YouTube right now, Tony. If you want to.
Okay, I see it. I see it now. Yes.
Yeah, it's right there.
We need Sean in here to read it in the Trump voice.
Oh,
by the way,
1,000%.
by the way, the bishop was Episcopalian, not Presbyterian.
I'm sorry. What did I say? Presbyterian?
Yeah.
Episcopalian is Catholic.
Episcopalians.
They're Catholic light.
Yeah.
They're
I thought Episcopalians only
skinny
ate
Catholic.
I thought Episcopalians only ate fish. Oh no, that's pescatarians.
That's pescatarians. Yeah.
Oh boy.
I know.
Oh boy.
God! If I hear that, I'm gonna throw it through the roof.
Hey Tony,
don't make Daddy mad.
Speaking of sound bites and sound drops, you want to weigh in on our mayor and her inability to spell the football team? I've got this for you if you'd like to hear it, sir.
It's not my style to criticize, as you know.
No,
correct.
But Sherelle Parker, the mayor of Philadelphia, is now being absolutely buried all over the world, not just in Philadelphia. This is being played everywhere. And, you know, I think she should call Ryan Seacrest. She should have called Ryan Seacrest and said, I'd like to buy a vowel, please, because I'd like to buy an A.
Because
Sherelle Parker does not realize that there is an A in the Eagles chant. Let's go to the tape. This is the best cut. Forget the inauguration.
E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Bird!
Yeah.
That's an English teacher, Tony. That's an English teacher.
I know.
Well,
listen now, let me write it down again. It's E-L. What is it?
E-L-G.
One more time, Phil.
It's 6 letters.
Yeah.
Let me hear you all say
E-L-G-S.
Eagles!
E-S.
No, she has. There's
Yes.
the same amount of letters as the correct
It's-
spelling. Eagles.
Yes.
She spells it ELGS.
E-S.
I need to hear it one more time.
Here you go. I got the drop.
E-L-G-S. E-S. Eagles.
What she does is she mispronounces the second letter. Tony, I'm making excuses because I know that I'm waiting. Dan Borowski has the tape from my friend Amber. We're at Isle of Capri after lunch, had a couple of glasses of wine, and I might have stood on a big rock and spelled wrong, incorrectly spelled. I was like,
yeah, but you're on vacation. You're in Italy. You're not in Center City, Philadelphia, trying to get the crowd riled up. Trying to get the Eagle fans. Listen, I'm not going to rip Sherelle Parker, but it's just funny to me. It's just funny to me.
Tony, we've learned a lot today, but we have really learned in the last couple of takes from Dawn that it's not John Fetterman that is going to be switching parties. It's actually Dawn Stenson. She'll be going Democrat by the end of the day.
I mean, I go both ways.
Oh!
Never.
I got to get your thoughts on the. We spent countless shows talking about the Biden crime family and the pardons, and he said he was never going to do what Trump would do with pardoning everybody, and then this week he pardons people all the way back to 2014. Family, Fauci, Liz Cheney, Mark Milley. It didn't matter if you were in Big Pharma or the military-industrial complex. He pardoned the whole world in the last couple of days.
And the thing that he did in the last 15 minutes and walking out, listen, everybody knew that was going to happen. How about the other thing? Kamala Harris leaves, gets on Air Force Two, which is no longer Air Force Two, flies out to California, and then goes up to one of the fire sites, which is Altadena, not past Altadena, which is very, very heavy minority residents, and their homes are all destroyed. So she went up there to placate the residents of Altadena, who, oh, by the way, are probably going to lose their properties because Gavin Newsom is out there now talking about, and you know what they want to do in Altadena because it's a lower income area. They're going to take over the property, allow rich people to buy it, just like they did in Hawaii with the fires out there. That property's sitting there. You heard Gavin Newsom say early on that, we're going to redo this. You know what he's going to redo it with? He's going to build apartment buildings and have people living in apartments. And the poor people who live there who don't have insurance, who can't afford to rebuild, are going to be out of homes, and they're going to be told, hey, listen, the best we can do is maybe a one-bedroom for your entire family to live in after we have some developer.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, that's the reality of what's happening in California. And the fact that Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass are still out there ripping Trump. Now, Trump says he's going to go there, right? He's going to go to North Carolina on Friday because they were really screwed over and ignored. And then he's going to go to California. He's going to North Carolina, I should say, on Friday, and then over the weekend go to California. And Gavin Newsom, who's been ripping the guy and saying he has no control and he's spending $50 million to Trump-proof California, it's just a stupid play. Gavin Newsom's got no shot. And you know how you know? Because our governor, my former governor, Josh Shapiro, is on Twitter 24 hours a day telling everybody how great he is. I don't know if you've noticed that. Josh Shapiro, every hour, puts a tweet out of how great he's been, picturing him with all these people. This guy is already campaigning for 2028 because he can smell the burnt carcass of Gavin Newsom all the way up in Harrisburg.
Yeah, he's like a shark. He smells blood in the water. He knows this is the opportunity. Yep. Although I would argue, and I don't know if you agree with this, Philadelphia Inquirer has a column yesterday. John Fetterman denies party change rumors. So we take him at his word. He's not going to become a Republican. I actually think right now that you could argue Fetterman would have a better chance than Shapiro of being the Democrat nominee in 2028 in Pennsylvania to run for president. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely, especially if he wears the shorts and the hoodie. Wearing a hoodie is I mean, look, we wear hoodies. I wore a hoodie last week on the show. I think, the whole thing, the amazing thing about Fetterman, we talk about stroke victims. John Fetterman is proof that you can have a stroke. Not everybody who has a stroke recovers. Obviously, if you have great doctors and you take care of it. Miss Robin's mom had a stroke recently, but luckily she had an injection of this newest drug that's out there that if you get injected early, it will lessen the effects so that you can be taken to the hospital and taken care of. So, the technology is great now. But John Fetterman is more astute now. AOC, meanwhile, is acting like a total nut job with this whole. Let's go back to just a couple days ago. The Hitler salute.
Yep.
You can't hate the media enough, right?
Thank you.
The media, and then and then Adam Schiff, the most shameless crook in the history of this country. He has no shame. He gets pardoned. Oh, he's a crumb creep coward.
You're a coward.
And the fact that CNN and MSNBC already since day one are all over, oh, he's Hitler. Look at the Hitler salute by Elon Musk. Meanwhile, and even PBS, which should be defunded before the end of this week, PBS and NPR should never get a single dime of taxpayer money. Just have them pimp on the air, keep them on the air. I don't want anybody taken off the air. Pimp on the air, and then they better come up with more tote bags and things to give away.
Yeah, try
They
selling
can do their telethons.
try selling ads like we do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Amen.
Exactly. Try having a great show on and then stopping it every 15 minutes to have the phones ringing with a couple of boring people standing around the phones that aren't ringing, telling that you can spend $2,000 and get the complete DVD purchase of Pavarotti on PBS, on Channel 12 in Philadelphia, and NPR.
Damn right.
NPR needs injections of whatever Trump is taking. They should bring it to NPR so the people on the air there can sound like they're awake. Is there a more boring listen than ever putting NPR on your radio anywhere?
No,
I mean,
sir.
these people sound like they're in a mausoleum, for God's sake.
So in the first 22 days of this calendar year, we have our first media hoax against Trump. And we have mean tweets at 12:39 in the morning. I'm ready for 2026.
Good night, everybody.
I mean, what else is there left? There's nothing left to do. It's over.
Eagle!
Tony.
I think we need to get John Fetterman and Mayor Parker together Sunday afternoon. I think they should both be at Lincoln Financial Field. Sherelle Parker, there should be a stage. You know when everybody runs out? When all the Eagles players, but Sherelle Parker should be running out with the Eagles flag, and then John Fetterman in shorts. It's a shame it's not going to snow this weekend. John Fetterman with the hoodie and the shorts running out saying, Eagles! And then Sherelle Parker doing the chant. I mean, well, if that doesn't encourage the Eagles to win and go to another Super Bowl, I don't think anybody else. I don't care who you bring out. You can bring out Brian Dawkins. You can bring out anybody you want. Sherelle Parker and John Fetterman must be at Lincoln Financial Field for kickoff.
He's not an Eagles fan, is he?
No, he's a Steelers fan.
Well, he is now, yeah. Well, the Steelers lost, so.
It's Tony, you referenced AOC reacting to Elon Musk's alleged Nazi salute.
She's still going crazy, by the way.
Yeah, we have a little bit of that audio if you want to hear it.
Yeah,
this is the United States of America.
Uh-oh.
And I don't care what Elon Musk is doing behind a presidential seal. In this country, we hate Nazis. Kind of like a foundational defining thing.
Kinda.
Two of probably the most foundational defining things about American history is that we beat the Confederates and we beat the Nazis. And
you beat 'em, Sandy.
I don't know what side people may be on today, but I still am not rocking with anyone sympathetic to Nazis. And I will do that until I am 6 feet in the ground. Like, kind of foundational to me as a human being. And so, if you're cool and want to defend the Sig Heils and the Nazi salutes, all the whatever you want to do, that's on you. I'm on the opposite side of that. I'm not with the Nazis. How about that?
Wow.
I mean,
that's good.
But it's very important,
very brave of her,
for us to assert these things.
All right,
she's just so pretty.
Yeah.
You know what, Elon? She's not having a baby with you. That's what we get out of that.
You know how that's by the way, that's the latest update. The first one was she went on her IG account and basically said that Elon Musk did a Nazi salute after she was completely torched and had people putting pictures of Hillary Clinton, everybody doing the same gesture, including her at a rally, all of a sudden, she doesn't talk about a Nazi salute anymore because that was debunked, because that's what the media, even PBS, even like real news organizations, NewsHour, they were all saying the same thing, that Elon Musk did a Nazi salute. So they jumped on that instantly because, the same people who said, yeah, we have to unite as a country, immediately going after Trump. And they can do that, and that's what they expect to do. That's how it'll be interesting to see how MSNBC and CNN stay alive without, because they're going to have to go back to the Trump bashing every day. And the question is, will people out there finally realize that they're now just urinating in the wind? Because we can't say pissing in the wind, can we?
No, you can't say that.
Okay, urinating in the wind. When will people see AOC and finally realize that she is too stupid to make a Perrier and water at any local bar in the Philadelphia, New York, New Jersey, tri-state area? This woman is dumber than a box of rocks.
Well,
and
I
the
don't
fact
think
that she's out there, she's not dumb. He's ignorant. That's the thing. She's not dumb.
She's either dumb or she's playing a character.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this. I pick up my teenager from high school. What are all the girls talking about? That Elon Musk. Did you see that Nazi thing? He's like, Mom, all the girls.
Of course.
And so, of course, all the guys, they know what's what because they're looking at different sites, but they're like, oh, because it's the hot chicks, right, at school. So they're all going to go, oh, you know what I mean?
Well, it's always the hot
She's
chick.
mid.
She's mid.
She's mid. I mean, let's be honest. She's a
8'1".
hit it and quit it. I hate to say that. People say would. Of course I would.
She's a
Of course I
beautiful
would.
young lady. But no, all the girls, she reaches, all the girls follow her. All the teenagers, she's been their
the
hero.
girls?
Mm-hmm. All the teenage girls
How
follow
is
her.
she a hero to anyone with an IQ above 12?
It's not there. I mean, this is a piece of it. It's social media is where it's at, and that's why it's smart that Trump realized. Thank God for Barron, that Trump and many people are realizing, get your message out there and educate people, because not everybody's going to watch, us or Joe Rogan
I
or
hear
whatever.
what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but the bottom line is, what she's saying are lies. She's not. If she's speaking truth to power,
Yeah, you're right.
then I get it. But she's not speaking truth to power. She's pumping lies.
Well,
and everybody who hates misinformation, nobody has more information than this broad.
Well, here's her biggest problem when you talk about being stupid. She says, "I don't rock with the Nazis, but you rock with Gaza." What's the
that's a good point.
Exactly.
What is the mission statement of Gaza? What was the mission statement of the Nazis? To eradicate the Jewish population.
Exactly.
Yes.
She was out there at Columbia. She was out there with all these stupid, who, by the way, are still out there. All these Ivy League smart people are still out there calling, Jews the worst things on earth, as now we're seeing hostages being released and seeing what's been done to them. Listen, I don't want anybody to die in wars, but don't start wars if you don't want to get eradicated. And Hamas killed Jewish citizens and American citizens. And this dunce is out there talking about, I don't stand with Nazis. She's been standing with what's a person who hates Jews called in modern day? I don't care if it's 1930s Germany. If you're if it's 2025 United States of America and you hate Jews, you are literally Hitler, AOC. Now go make me a drink, honey.
Yeah.
Go get me a drink.
Here's the thing.
And then maybe dance around a little bit. I want to see her dance again like she wasn't up on that roof. Remember that when she was dancing?
She can dance. She went to Boston. She went to BU. She's bright. And my point to you is she's not an idiot. You talked about a war. This is her war. She's part of being a warrior for the misinformation and disinformation. And she's part of this. This is a narrative.
I get
this
it.
is
You're
an
right.
agenda. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So the problem here is there is a section of the country, maybe 8th grade girls on up because of their moms maybe, that they believe this. And so they're just indoctrinating, and they're female. They're not male. These are 8th grade through, I would say, high school, early college. That's her target audience, and she's getting through to them.
I'm exhausted.
No, I hear what you're saying, Dawn, but let me ask you this. Now,
do I have to?
Of course, Barron Trump, right? He's a college kid. How old is he now? 19, 20? 18, right? He's in college. He goes to a pretty good institution. You ask teenage girls, Barron Trump or AOC, what are they going to say? Because we haven't heard Barron Trump say anything. He doesn't talk about politics or Nazis or salutes. You don't really hear him say anything. But when he did the thing over the ear, I knew Nick Kayal immediately got his WWE antennas up. You see that the other day?
I said
Barron
that.
Trump?
We had this debate yesterday. We had this debate yesterday, and I said that everything Nick loves about the WWE is what Barron Trump did at that ball, and he's like, no.
Yeah, I'm more of a Kai Trump fan. I think she's the up and
Now
coming
wait,
family star.
are you supposed to? You're supposed to move the hand around and then put it up to the air?
I loved it.
Royal thing.
I loved it. I thought what he did was amazing.
too.
18 basking in the he's doing what every 18-year-old should do and bask in that glory a little bit. Absolutely.
Well, unlike Dan Borowski, he's a tall guy who can actually probably dunk a basketball. And Dan has admitted that even though he's a tall dude, he cannot touch the rim.
We should do a giveaway for the Travis Manion Foundation. Bid on the rights to watch one-on-one hoops with Borowski versus Barron.
Oh my gosh,
that would sell for $20,000.
That'd be amazing.
My God.
And Kai Trump, I watch her little channel. She's adorable.
I just love her golf game.
Yeah.
She is an unbelievable golfer. I'm so jealous.
She's just so natural and just sweet. I love her.
We said yesterday, Tony.
No, I'm not disappearing. I'm not disagreeing with Dawn about young women liking AOC. I mean, young men like AOC. Old men like AOC. Horny men like AOC. Desperate, lonely guys like AOC. By the way, where's her doughboy ginger boyfriend that she used to walk? Did she dump him?
Riley.
Old fire crotch.
Well,
Riley, did she dump that buffoon?
Well, he was sitting on the bed cross-legged doing those hostage videos, and since she rocks with Gaza, she probably decapitated him months ago.
Oh man.
And by the way, I hate to make up rumors because this isn't an innuendo show or TMZ.
No.
But how about Michelle Obama? Where is she? Maybe Michelle Obama is with AOC's doughboy boyfriend. Has anybody thought of that possibility?
Have you guys seen the big rumor?
What's that?
Okay, this is
about the woman that I despise more than any celebrity ever.
Jennifer Aniston and
yes, I'm
Barack.
America's biggest Jennifer Aniston hater.
Who?
Wait, hang on. Everybody stop.
You guys, you haven't heard this?
No, come on. Tell us.
It's probably on the Daily Mail website.
No, this has been for days. When Michelle Obama didn't show up at the Jimmy Carter funeral, while she was in Hawaii and she was on vacation, so she couldn't come back. Then, when the inauguration, she wasn't there, and then Barack Obama was seen at some glitzy Italian restaurant over the weekend in Washington with another woman. And then the rumor started that he was seeing Jennifer Aniston. And what a perfect combination. Barack Obama dumping or being dumped by Michelle Obama for a childless cat lady in Jennifer Aniston, who is also someone who will never have a child, doesn't want to have a child.
She's adopting kids, though. Isn't she?
I know. No, I'm saying, but childless cat lady is the women who tell women. The women who tell women who have actually born children how to do. It's like Oprah telling everybody how to get married and how to raise children when she's never been married and has never had a child. So I don't want to be lectured by cat. Nothing wrong with catless.
Yeah, you.
I have cats. Yeah, I have cats, so I'm not a cat dad. I love all animals, especially females.
He's an equal opportunity.
Didn't Obama post a photo of him and Michelle for their anniversary or something like that? They were in front of some wine cellar or something.
Yeah, the little table.
I don't know.
I don't know. You go from
I don't know what sites you two are looking at.
You go from Michelle to Jennifer. That's an upgrade, as Beyonce would say. Let me upgrade, as she doesn't sing at Kamala's concert in Houston.
I don't know. There are a lot of.
And the other thing, the big takeaway for me for this week with the inauguration is the obsession of all of these mean billionaires who are all at the inauguration. Yeah, that's right. Because nobody's going to respect self-made billionaires like Bezos and Elon Musk and the Apple guy and all the people that were there. Even Zuckerberg, when he's not looking down at fake boobs, which I used to look at when she was the weekend sports anchor in Los Angeles at the Fox station. Did you know that Lauren Sanchez did weekend television sports in Los Angeles?
Is that right?
And even back
She looks like
2000.
She did,
She was the weak, but she didn't have she didn't have the whole fake package yet.
Hey,
but
Tone,
she
so
was gorgeous.
are those real?
Well, not the ones now. Back then, because she's a gorgeous woman. Unfortunately, she's been overdone now, which is what happens when you're married to one of the richest guys on earth and you're on a yacht every day. But the Zuckerberg glancing at her is the absolute greatest memory of that event where they're sitting there and she's got the. Now, Dawn, I didn't hear your take on this. Was that appropriate or inappropriate to wear at an inauguration?
I tell you what, Megyn Kelly scorched her. You know what?
Yeah.
She
she
roasted her.
The thing about it is, I think that she had a white jacket on because they were in church earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So in church, she did have an appropriate, pretty white jacket. Right. But then for the inaugural, let those bad boys just hang on out,
Hey,
so
if your husband or boyfriend is willing to spend all that money, although the lips and stuff, I mean, she's a beautiful woman, Lauren Sanchez. I used to lust after her when I was in LA. I met her. She was doing weekend sports. Can you imagine a weekend sports anchor in Los Angeles or Philadelphia, hooking up with the richest man on one of the richest men on earth?
And
how great is that?
And eventually, like everybody else, Tony, she got tired of being told, let's get it back to the Eagles, and she got out of that industry.
If you hit that one
She
more
was
time,
there
I'm throwing it out the window.
When LA did not have a football team. Now they have two of them.
Let's get
and
it
nobody
back to
cares about either one.
Let's get it back to the Dodgers or H-1B visas, Tony. Your thoughts?
I got to say both.
By the way, the Dodgers have signed every single player available, and they will have a 53-man roster because they just keep signing everybody. So we may not even have to have a season. Right. Just give the Dodgers the trophy right now.
Yeah, that's why Bryce Harper's pimping protein shakes on social media now.
Both Lauren Sanchez and Jeff Bezos look nothing like they did 30 years ago.
I was just going to say the same thing.
They're both plastic.
Dude, Bezos has had a ton of work done.
Of course, they're both
Bezos.
plastic.
Come on, man.
Whatever.
Come on, it's Bezos. It's not Bezos. What's the matter with you? Where's your Greek love?
Sorry.
That's right. He is Greek.
Bay.
Any name that ends in an S, Greek.
Yeah, she's still his fiance. I don't know that. Are they going to go through with
They're
the marriage?
not married, no. So. It's like Robin and I. We're not married.
You just,
but I don't have to pay for
freaky.
Robin's plastic surgery because Robin doesn't get plastic surgery.
Let me get your thoughts on a couple of. This is unbelievable. What a segue this will be. So, before we get to football, this is kind of where sports and politics and social things, collide as usual. ESPN on Monday night aired the Donald Trump message, his ad, his statement to the nation on Inauguration Night, right in the middle of the halftime show. On ESPN during the halftime of Notre Dame and Ohio State. And then I also saw that FanDuel and DraftKings also had big billboards at Trump's inauguration. And FanDuel had actually a few years ago distanced themselves from politics and things like that. Right. Now all of a sudden you have ESPN, you have sports betting apps. It just goes to show you that everybody's jumping on the bandwagon right now. And I know for you as a former ESPN employee, and we talked about it, they didn't air the anthem after the terror attacks in New Orleans. Right. Now, to make up for it, they are playing Trump messages at halftime of the national championship, Tony.
By the way, did you see I made the New York Post yesterday? How about that?
Did you really?
Your boy, yeah. I posted about the CBS morning show and Gail
King.
What's her name? Gail King. Gail King, I guess, went on the air the other day and was commenting on all the white people who were in the Capitol Rotunda.
Yeah, we played
that. And then so that immediately got all kinds of reaction. So I reacted. I know Gail King, and she's talking about the makeup of the people in the Capitol. There are too many white people or whatever she was trying to imply. And then Megyn Kelly wrote something. I mean, a lot of people were. I tweeted. I was one of the 3 tweets about that made the New York Post yesterday on the big story about that uprising. It's not really an uprising. People are like, what? By the way, CBS Morning News, CBS has Nate Burleson, right? Yeah. Who's a great on-air talent, former player, right?
Yep.
He's doing NFL on CBS. He's doing the new Hollywood Square show. Mm-hmm. He's everywhere. He's doing Nickelodeon. God bless him. Yep. Nobody cares about what race you are. Nate Burleson is a rising star in sports media and news media. Because remember, even on ABC's Good Morning America. Look at the athletes who are now making the transition from sports to news media. That's why when people say to me, people like me who's been in both news and sports, stick to sports, I've done both. I wasn't a sports guy who got into news. I was a news guy who got into sports. So you can speak about sports if you have the capacity to understand what you're talking about and just use common sense. So that I don't have any problem with any race being on television, doing sports. Look at all the sports guys that became news guys because they started in sports and then transitioned to news.
Mm-hmm. Exactly right. Let's transition.
Are we
sports.
still transitioning, by the way?
No. There's only two genders, Tone, and you're either man or woman. I think Mr. Rogers said that back in the day, right? When you're born,
no,
a boy,
it was the kid
on.
Boy. No,
and then,
that was
and then he
on
changed his sweater, and Trolley came out, and he did the shoe bit.
No, it was from the movie. Kingdom. It was from the movie Twins, wasn't it? Where the little kid said, "Girls have vaginas, boys have penises."
That was
you don't have
Cop.
that?
That was Kindergarten Cop.
Kindergarten Cop. Thank you. I knew it was one of the Schwarzenegger movies, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And you don't have that in the system?
We don't.
No.
We should.
I should.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a bad job out of me.
What's the matter with you guys?
I'll put that in and we'll replace the rim shot.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I haven't heard a rim shot on the show in years.
What are you talking about?
It's an outrage.
He's done it 3 times in this segment.
Times today.
Dad's going to get really mad, Nick.
And if he does it again, I'm going to throw the thing out the window.
Go back and listen on the app.
Getting aggravated.
Let's get to the Eagles. Eagles Commanders Sunday, the right to play in the Super Bowl and get hosed by the refs and Patrick Mahomes. Your thoughts?
Well, it's so funny because the same people, who are praising all these other quarterbacks are all down on Jalen Hurts. All Jalen Hurts does is win. When you get to this point of the season, it's not about style points. Did the Eagles play great? No. But there was a ball that was caught at the goal line, and then it was called back for a penalty. A.J. Brown dropped the ball right near the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles were running all over the Rams. They were sacking and getting turnovers. When you're in the playoff game, whether it's snow or not, the Eagles bounced the Rams out there in L.A. in a beautiful dome. And so, to me, everybody wants to give report cards as soon as the game's over. Enjoy the game. Everything's got to be, well, Jalen Hurts is not the guy. He sucks. Meanwhile, we're going to see a guy he's playing against who's a rookie who shows you what poise is under pressure. And this kid's great. The Eagles this is going to be a tough game. But we're going to see. The Eagles are now 6-point favorites. It started as 5, went down. It's up to 6. And so the Eagles should win the game at home. But I'm not counting this Washington Redskin team out. And they're the Redskins to me.
Yes.
Because you know what? The last time Washington was in an NFC championship game, you know what their name was? The Washington Redskins.
91.
And they should be the Redskins forevermore.
There you go. We've ended DEI and all this other nonsense. Now we need to make the Washington Commanders once again the Washington Redskins. And most Native American groups were fine with it. It was
exactly.
It was
By the way, remember
liberals.
the great, and I'm sure Phil Almquist will remember this, and everybody. Redbone. Remember the group Redbone, who did "Come and Get Your Love" back in the day?
Come and get.
They were Native
love.
Americans. Yeah, come and get your. Now there was a remake of that too. A lot of people have done it, but the original was Redbone, which was a group of Native American singers. And Redbone is not offensive to Native Americans. And so this is all, what this started? It started in D.C. with all these sanctimonious sports writers who would sit up and every couple of years they would come up with, we got to get rid of the Redskins. And that's when it all started. And then it would become a big deal, and then it would quiet down again. And then when the Redskins sucked, they would bring it back up again because they wanted to get something going on in the Washington sports media. And then they finally got the change. And now the guy who just lost his bid and spent millions of dollars trying to get a stadium built in downtown Philadelphia on Market Street, now he's the guy. And by the way, did you see the guy going around guy on a bicycle, ripping the Sixers owner because they didn't get the stadium built in Center City?
No.
He has a sign on his bicycle, and he's going over from Camden to Philadelphia. And it's a very, very profane sign ripping the owner of your New Jersey Devils, your 76ers, and I think he owns a European soccer team too, right? And the Redskins.
Yeah. You talking about Josh Harris?
Josh Harris, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Josh Harris hate out there.
Yeah, you're right.
They're blaming Josh Harris for giving in and not building the stadium, the new Sixers arena on Market Street.
Wow.
They're outraged out there.
Yeah, the media asked, John Fetterman what he thought about Josh Harris, and he said this.
He's just a wang.
By the way, I'm getting hate. I'm getting yelled at for the rim shot. Everybody seems to like the rim shot.
Oh,
Marcus Aurelius.
You're damn right. The rim shot. I wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for the rim shot.
Marcus Aurelius says, "Screw you, bland manager. We like the rim shot."
Okay.
Peter M on the YouTube chat says, "I love the rim shot." So there's a lot of them up there who says, "Nick, it's your show. You can do what you want." Fine.
You're damn right.
Fine. Whatever you want.
All right, here's what I want to do next, since it's my
Whatever
damn show.
you want.
I want to get
Or, as a woman said in a movie, anything you want. Anything.
There you go. So you talked about Jennifer Aniston, and, she could be a pain in the ass. But apparently Carrie Underwood was also a pain in the keister, even though she put on a good show publicly with her singing performance at the inauguration. Phil, let's have this. This is K1, and I believe this includes the technical mishaps leading up to her performance. Let's listen to this. Let's play it, and we will evaluate both audio and visually. Play this K1. I'll just sing it, she said.
You know the words, help me out here.
There you go.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain.
One plane. How great was that?
I get goosebumps from that. That was amazing.
Yeah, and I joked on Twitter, and you can follow me at Tony Bruno Show on X. I said, imagine if he had Lizzo up there instead of her, and then there was no power and there was no sound. At least she would have twerked, when they were trying to find the music.
Yeah. Yeah,
or, you know what I'm saying?
Or made her backup dancers eat bananas and all sorts of other weird things that she was alleged to have done.
Well, I mean, you got to do what you got to do.
Right.
But can you imagine somebody, somebody who doesn't need auto-tune or doesn't, and I'm not knocking Lizzo. She has her bit. If you like Lizzo, I don't hate Lizzo. But that's what you do.
Yeah.
Right? But there was like a note. You notice there was like, it sounded like the music was starting. And then all of a sudden it stopped. And she's up there. All right, what do we do? But you got to give her credit. She handled that professionally.
They must have been using wide orbit, and the system crashed.
So what was the allegation that she was a diva backstage?
So the New York Times and the Daily Mail said that she had a list of demands for Trump's inauguration performance after she threw a hissy fit. Carrie was the inauguration day diva, insiders told the Daily Mail and the New York Post. She had been telling everyone who wanted to listen that Trump called her personally to ask her to perform. She hired an army of security, was requesting a handmade designer dress for the performance, and she demanded she be allowed a team of 20 people, as well as she, of course, demanded tickets for her family and friends on top of that as well, and that she was just very difficult to deal with, making a high range of demands for her performance.
That's the New York Post and the Daily Mail that wrote that? Yeah, I don't believe...
New York Post?
Yeah, I don't believe any of that. Was it the New York Post that wrote that?
I've got the Daily Mail.
What is it's not true until TMZ confirms it. I don't believe
I don't
anybody.
think it was the Post, was it?
It says in the article.
Post?
Well, they're the same company. It's the same publication, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was the Post.
Yeah,
why should anybody? Wait a minute. Why should anybody care about that now? Doesn't remember Mariah Carey, and she would ask for like certain water temperature. There's got to be this and that. This is what people do.
Well,
and I don't think she was paid, right? She wasn't paid to go there.
I don't know what she was compensated other than maybe, just, hey, this is a monstrous, moment. You're going to have a ton of people tuning in. And I went back to the story, she was being ripped by left-wingers. Oh, how dare you go to Trump? And I'm like, I have no... She might be a Republican, Tony. I don't know. I don't care. It's an unbelievable honor to perform there.
Exactly.
So
that's
the whole relevance.
Here's what I would say. The New York Post, I'm looking at what they're reporting. They're saying they said she had a quick response to the technical difficulties.
Oh, yeah, that's what we just played.
Right,
Yeah.
preceding her performance. I don't see the New York Post saying she was a diva.
Well, they're talking about the way she was before the performance in the lead up. I mean, she's obviously putting on a good show there. Like, oh, no worries, I can sing it without it. Sing the words along with me. Which, by the way, Kamala doesn't know the words to that. There's no doubt about it.
You could see her behind her. But she said, so it was like almost a 2-minute delay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see her, she's like mouthing, and she just mouths like, I can just sing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then she just sings.
Right. Well, she can't throw
that didn't look like a diva performance to me.
No.
She decided, all right, let's just do it a cappella.
No, they're saying
right?
that in the build-up to it with the demands that she was difficult to get to do everything. I need this. I want that. Of course, she's putting on a good show in public. She's not going to, she's not going to go Bill O'Reilly on America.
But did she say she wanted to do it? But Nick, did she say one of her demands was that she do it a cappella instead of with the Marine band or the Navy band, whichever band was there that day?
I'm not her booking agent. I have no idea.
But it looks like she was waiting for music to start, and it never did.
Yeah, it's like
that's what made it awkward. But then the way that she handled it after the music stopped, after like 2 notes, and then she sang it a cappella, I thought that was brilliant.
I don't know.
By the way, what did Jeff Bezos, what did all those other guys, didn't they have security? Didn't they demand all kind? We heard that from Jim Worthington, didn't even get to bring his wife.
No doubt, yeah.
And Bezos gets to bring the beautiful but fiancée.
Yep.
So, you know what I mean? Like, if we want to say, like, divas, why is the one, most famous woman who everybody wants to attack because she's a famous singer, and Trump got a big pop singer to go there?
Mm-hmm.
I just think this is an attack, and that's my take. I don't think she's a diva.
Well,
or
I
I'll
don't
say
either.
this. She's no more a diva than any of those diva girls, I'll say in air quotes, Zuckerberg and, you know what I mean?
Lauren
Bezos
Sanchez.
and, all of them.
Yeah, of course.
So she wants a gown. So
Yeah,
what?
they're
That's
all
standard.
they're all.
So they
and
want
she should.
security.
She's
they want
a big
tickets.
act. I have no problem with what she requested whatsoever. I mean, she's not some schlub from a corner bar performing on a Friday night. I mean, she's the biggest act in country music, short of Taylor Swift. I mean, the only person that would have trumped her, no pun intended, as far as name value, would have been Taylor Swift. No question.
You think Taylor Swift could have done a cappella better than her?
No. But I'm just saying, in the hierarchy right now today.
Oh, no, you're right. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, she's the biggest draw going. I had to take my daughter.
It's a good thing they didn't bring out Billy Ray Cyrus to sing it.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, when did he morph into Rob?
Lowe?
Not Rob Lowe. My God.
Rob Zombie?
Well, yeah, he looks like Rob Zombie.
Dragula.
Was he creating the new Mike Myers Halloween movie? Unbelievable. All right, I think that's it. We've covered everything. Do we not cover something? Is there a story we missed?
We got it all.
We got
it one more time, though. Sherelle Parker, ladies and gentlemen, think of this as we get close to the potential for an Eagles going back to the Super Bowl this Sunday if they beat the Washington Redskins. I want to hear the mayor. I want to hear her every hour. She should be like the chime at the top of the hour.
She should be our
every
legal
hour
ID and jingle.
Exactly right. Mayor Parker, one more time, baby. Come on. I can't call her baby. Your Honor. We call her Your Honor.
It's amazing.
Tony Bruno, I think tomorrow morning we might do a Democrat spelling bee in the 9 o'clock hour. You think that would be a
That's called Common Core spelling. There's Common Core math. Is there Common Core spelling as well?
Yeah, we're gonna say we'll throw out a couple of words like Rocky, cheesesteak, the art museum. Can you spell art museum?
Oh, boy.
Can I just tell you something? The reason they're saying she's a diva is she was telling anybody who would listen.
Can't get over this.
I know that Trump called her personally to ask her to perform. That's why they're calling her a diva, because she's bragging that she was so excited that the president called her to perform.
By the way, it was.
Is that making her a diva?
It was
no.
It was it was tabloids that wrote this. It was the Daily Mail. It was the Mirror.
Yeah.
I have all the stories in front of us.
That's their quote.
Even the New York Post wouldn't put this on page 6, and they put anything on page 6.
She wasn't nasty.
I have gotten under Dawn's skin and a lot of the audience today.
It's amazing.
I can't.
Damn it, Nick! This is a show about fake. See, now if Trump were here, it'd say you are the fake news. Nick Kayal, you are. See that guy in the back? That's Nick Kayal. He's the fake news.
Fake news.
Tony, I woke up today and I chose violence.
Oh, we really have to break.
And that's why I'm going to take a nap in about an hour and 20 minutes. Kayal and Company, Tony Bruno, thank you so much. Enjoy your cold weather at 45
Good night, everybody.
degrees. Good
I'm
night,
going to
sir.
hope it gets up. It's 49 degrees, so don't worry. I'm hunkered down here in Cape Coral, Florida.
There you go.
Thoughts and prayers, buddy.
There you go. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Robert Half, which we've established is better than Robert Full. 9 out of 10 hiring managers. That's a bad joke. I'm going to get rid of that one. I used it once. They're having difficulty hiring. Well, Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. A whole bunch more on the way as we continue here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the Big Screen Blitz. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get an 85-inch Samsung Smart TV, valued at $1,100. Drawings every Saturday, now through January 25th. Score big during the Big Screen Blitz. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 Gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 Gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 Gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Roofing or siding issues? Don't wait. Call Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We provide comprehensive roofing and siding services with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction. And our warranties ensure peace of mind for you and your family.
Protect your home with the best warranties available in the industry.
Call Emmons at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$9:27. It is Kayal and Company. Rolling on a Wednesday. I have stopped sweating and laughing from Tony Bruno. What an appearance that was for this week. Coming up on Friday, we'll talk to Sean Farish again. And also on Thursday, tomorrow, is Pennsylvania now officially a red state. Some interesting data if you like deep dives on, things like Pennsylvania trending from purple to red, or is it red? Is it still purple? Maybe that could be blue again in 2 to 4 years. We'll tell you about that coming up tomorrow, right around this time. But before we get to all of that, that's Thursday and Friday. We still have 32 minutes to go. Dawn's show is coming up. We'll find out what she has on tap, as well as our morning mystery movie clip.
Can I say this? Will the Dawn Show make news again like she did yesterday? I don't know if, Nick, you saw this, a clip of Dawn's interview with Zach Real, whatever his name is. Made the Channel 6 news yesterday.
Oh.
Channel 6 news.
A little action news.
A little action news.
There you go.
Talked to one of the producers yesterday about it. I said, whatever you do, make sure to credit the Dawn Stensland show.
Yes.
And they took the
And
video.
they did.
Yeah,
Good.
and they did. It was white, though. Did you notice that, Dawn? Like, it was... They took the YouTube video, and at the very top it says, credit the Dawn Stensland show, but it was white, so it was really hard to see. I didn't love that. I didn't love that, but,
Yeah.
Walter Perez did a good job. I thought
He did. The guy that throws it to him, though, the guy that talks like this. What's his name?
Oh, Rick.
Well, at least 6 ABC, Jimmy Kelly's favorite numeric channel, was willing to say the Dawn Stensland show and get it correct.
Why?
Unlike Fox News, who every time Zioli was on there
Zioli
yesterday.
was on with Dana.
He was on there with America's Newsroom, and it said radio host Rich Zioli.
Yeah.
Radio host where?
Funny, he can make it into the Fox News studio, but can't make it into our studios.
I think somebody drove him.
They did.
I was texting Mike Francesa. He's got his own car man.
I was texting with him yesterday. I'm just busting his balls.
Bust him. Bust him hard.
Because yes, Fox News sent a car for him
because he can't drive.
He can't drive. No.
It's Talk
it's a joke.
Radio 1210 WPHT.
I know.
Radio host.
Radio host. Philadelphia radio host.
You would, unless you're a regular or you're one of the people that listens to this station and knows Zioli, you wouldn't know if he's from Philadelphia or the Philippines.
Yep.
You'd have no idea.
It's true.
Unbelievable. But I digress. I can't fix television. I can only make radio great.
But we can just put it out on social media.
Yep.
I know. I'm going to tweet Fox. But I don't want, Rich to get in trouble, so I don't want to burn a bridge for him. All right, anywho, let's find out what's going on in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:30.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Meineke. Number one, speaking of yesterday, talking to Zachary Real of Philadelphia, United States Marines, son and grandson of law enforcement police here in Philadelphia, one of those J6ers who has been in prison for nearly 4 years, released by President Donald J. Trump through the commutations and pardons, and just released at about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And then thanks to Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, he got that interview, and we nailed that down. I was putting out the word. He was putting out the word. Now we have the largest police organization in the United States, which we all remember, of course, endorsed and fully backed Donald J. Trump in the last 3 elections, speaking out about this, putting out word, condemning the president's decision to pardon more than 1,500 J6ers, some of whom they say were actually convicted and or confessed to attacking or being involved in attacking or, pepper spraying, whatever, law enforcement officers, injuring officers. There are some civil suits. As far as locally, I'll point out to you that there's a lot of confusion over this, but Zachary Real locally, like I say, he was never charged or convicted with ever injuring anybody or doing any violence. But
there wasn't video of it? I thought I saw a video of it.
Okay. What happened was, I covered the whole thing. He was never charged, accused, never convicted of anything regarding violence. It was that seditious conspiracy.
Yeah.
The clause that the Supreme Court overruled that we've talked a lot about, the Fisher ruling. But he, at the last minute in court, the federal prosecutors brought out a video. I've seen it. It's very distant and vague. They claimed that it was him. Even if you look at the reporting, they claimed that it was him while he was on the stand. He was one of the few who took, in his own defense, wanted to take the stand. And he said something to the effect of, look, if I hurt anybody, I apologize. I would never want to hurt anybody, or something to that effect. So they pushed for a mistrial multiple times during the trial because they were bringing out evidence that people weren't even charged with, and that the defense attorneys never even had a chance, which that's a big violation. So there was a whole thing with it. You can go back. I mean, I've printed everything out. I have hundreds of pages of the court proceeding.
To me, there's just two things with this. I'm going to criticize police unions, and then I'm going to defend police in a moment. To me, the police union, you shouldn't be condemning this because Trump said for many, many months he was going to pardon these individuals. So you knew that in advance before you endorsed him. You can't have this public buyer's remorse once he does that. That being said, I don't really think any of this is complicated. I feel like people try to make things more of a gray area than they need to be. And this is not about Zach Brown. This is just about, in general, January 6th, if you were there. If you committed a crime, you should be dealt with accordingly. If you assaulted or put your hands on an officer, I don't care if you're a Republican or Democrat. I'm pro law enforcement regardless of your political affiliation. So if it was proven, then you deserve to get the punishment that you got. Now, if it's dicey, if it's murky, if it's like we can't really tell on the video, is that really him? Then obviously that should be, I think, left up to, quote, juries.
Well, they never charged him.
Right. Well, and if you never charge somebody, then how can you
they
punish
had
somebody, right?
Tangible evidence. Why did they charge him?
That's what I don't get. Now, if your rights were truly violated as a citizen and you did nothing wrong and you were, denied due process, then I'm all in your camp. I'm in favor of all of it. But I've just never been one of these people that says, oh, well, he apologized. I'm sorry. I don't give Democrats a break or liberals well, she apologized, so she should get out of jail. No, if you didn't, apologies. This isn't fifth grade. My daughter apologized for spilling the water. Okay, apology accepted. That's the way I look at it. Keep your hands off law enforcement. I don't care what your party is. Again, but facts matter. So if Zachary Rell, if it was never proven, like you said, and never charged, then he deserves his day for sure. But for some of those individuals that did commit those crimes, I'm sorry. Like, I'm pro law enforcement. Don't put your hands on a cop. I don't care what you think.
So I think this is why people are split about it. My understanding was that it was that 18 USC 1512. It was a Pennsylvania cop who then was exonerated because it went all the way to the Supreme Court. I think, wasn't that just this past summer?
Last session.
Yeah,
yep.
so
People they wrapped up in June.
we had talked about it. That was my understanding, that it was that Enron case. Remember that they based it on, and they did this. That was my understanding, as well as the allegation that there was the destruction of evidence, which always, if there's spoliation of evidence or destruction of evidence, generally a criminal or civil case, it gets thrown out. And that's just like across the board. That was my understanding here. But there are, if you look at the polls, I mean, people are conflicted over this, just like the birthright citizenship issue. A lot of polls out there. So, but the police union is upset with the fact they're saying that crimes against law enforcement are not just attacks on individuals or public safety. They are attacks on society, undermine the rule of law. That from the FOP, Fraternal Order of Police. And the Chiefs of Police Association. So it was a joint statement, and they did put that out there. So I just wanted to follow up on that one. So conflicting.
Got it.
Number two, by the way, the other story, and we're talking a lot about the immigration reforms and what's happening. Philadelphia City Council meeting today to deal with the executive orders by the president, but also many in the national media, you'll hear about this if you haven't already, that within hours of President Donald J. Trump's inauguration, the new administration took down the Spanish language version of the official White House website.
No.
And so what I will say is that, I don't know if it was Caroline Leavitt, but the Trump administration has said they are updating the page. That it's not, that they're just working on it, and that it will go back up. Yes, maintenance. So they've said there's nothing nefarious here. It will go back up. But that's what they've said.
When is Caroline holding her first press briefing?
Oh, it's going to be epic. I can't wait for that.
27 years old.
Yes.
First youngest press secretary, I believe.
Maybe next week?
I think...
The binder typically did it around 2, right? It was 2 p.m. each, or a couple times a week, or whatever it is.
Not for nothing, but you work for Trump, so you're not going to get a lot of face time, I think.
Yeah, Trump is kind of his own. He is his own press secretary.
He's held 2 press briefings himself so far.
Yes.
So
Official.
I'm not sure how much press time Caroline Leavitt's going to get.
He has actually uttered more words total since inauguration than Joe did in 4 years. I tracked it. I pulled up the Microsoft Word count.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. We did mention this earlier, but I'll mention it again. Talking about Netflix hiking prices on most of your subscription tiers across the United States and Canada after the streaming giant reported 19 million new subscribers just in the last quarter of 2024. And they attributed their newest success to the Mike Tyson. They love Mike Tyson. And Jake Paul boxing match.
No love to the WWE?
Yeah, that's it. That is interesting. Although WWE hasn't crashed Netflix yet. The Tyson fight did.
And I saw the release of it saying that it was like 4.9 million for the first episode, which is, I mean, it's good.
Good for them, yeah.
But, 300 million subscribers.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. It drew 108 million viewers worldwide. Most streamed sporting event ever in history.
Yep.
Mike Tyson, he gets a rating.
Yep.
I can't believe people fell for that crap. I mean, I did too. I watched it.
We did too.
Oh God, what
We paid.
what a horrendous event that was.
Yeah. So they're upping their price. I obviously have Netflix. I was going through our apps last night on the TV with YouTube TV and Netflix, Peacock, Amazon, and Disney Plus, and then I throw in the YouTube TV, which is basically our cable bill each month. And I just looked at my wife during our weekly financial crisis summit meeting at the dining room table. See, I can actually use the word crisis, unlike Alejandro Mayorkas. I have no problem using it and admitting it. We're really not saving a ton compared to what we would have if we would have went with like the two providers in this area.
No, you don't.
So I'm telling you, this upcoming summer when we move to our permanent home, Amazon's gone, Disney Plus is absolutely gone, Peacock is gone. I'm gonna have YouTube TV and Netflix, and that's it. If anybody approaches me, Dad, it's $7.90. I don't care. Use it out of your own pocketbook. How about that? I said pocketbook.
How about this?
Like my grandma.
How about this for Christmas? I'll gift your family a Disney Plus thing.
Just give me your password. That's all. We'll share.
Or Peacock, whatever they want.
My husband still doesn't know that because we watched Snowfall.
Mm-hmm.
Just Michael, David, and I.
What's that on?
It's Hulu.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know. I hate the commercials. I have zero tolerance.
You know what's the best about YouTube TV though? You talk about when they run out of their commercial inventory. They don't have any more commercials before you join your programming back in progress or your content, as they say nowadays. They have the little sound effects.
Yeah,
it's like
zen.
Enjoy the zen.
Yep,
I like
zen.
that.
Yep.
I like that better than the. So then I was like, I can't take it. So then I went and bought whatever bundle. I think it was ESPN and Hulu and Disney. I don't know. It's like $28. Larry still doesn't know. So I don't know if you're like that where all of a sudden he'll figure it out in 6 months. Be like, who spent the extra on the Hulu?
Are you unable to sit through commercials?
I can't.
You can't, really? See, I can. I'm like a rarity. My daughters can't. My wife can't.
Speaking of that, guys, we have to get to some.
We got to.
And I
Speaking of which,
sit through these commercials too.
Stay through this one,
Thank you,
Meineke.
guys.
We thank you,
Thank
Meineke,
you. Yeah,
when you
Meineke.
step on your brakes.
Remember to patronize all our sponsors. By the way.
Please.
Thank you.
So, do you hear that squeal or maybe a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians are going to diagnose the problem. Find a location nearest you, Meineke.com. Thank you, Meineke. Big 3.
That's right. Thank you very much, Dawn. We'll come back and get to Today in Music History, what's on tap for the Dawn Show. And during the commercial break, patronize our sponsors.
Thank
and for
you.
the three of you out there that are fobbed off, go pound sand. Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Yeah, when it comes to your home, trust is everything, right? For 45 years, Kitchen Magic, building a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and such care. From the custom cabinets, and they do a beautiful job, truly in-house custom cabinets by local people right here, to the countertops, backsplashes, to the storage solutions. Everything is impeccable. They get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation, kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm.
But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
The pro football playoff season is here, and there's one place to be. The BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Your home for wagertainment, giving you the sharpest insights and bringing on expert guest analysis.
From point spreads to props, live betting to futures, BetQL has you covered every step of the way with wall-to-wall coverage on the road to the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Music, and what still lies ahead. It's all still ahead here on Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Wednesday morning. Temperatures up to, 12 degrees, something like that. Still too cold.
By the way, I'm playing this for a reason. I know Phil's going to get to it.
Yes, I will.
Garth Hudson, the last remaining live member of the band, died yesterday. But I'll let Phil say more. But Chest Fever, one of the great band songs with his great work in the very beginning of the song. Fabulous song. Rest in peace, Garth Hudson.
Yes, chest fever. Don't give the World Health Organization any ideas. There's enough viruses floating around. We don't need chest fever on top of the quademic. The Dawn Show, we'll find out what's on tap in about 4 or 5 minutes, as well as Phil Almquist. He's in the batter's box, but we're still getting ready for the morning mystery movie clip. Let's find out what it is.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Well, it's the way he acts, sleeps, eats, uses the bathroom, walks, talks, everything. Any break in the routines, and it's terrifying.
How long has he been here?
Well, let's see, I came here in 1960.
No, how old is he?
Well, he was 18 or 20 then, and I'd have to check the record.
And you've been here that long?
That's when I actually started.
Okay, so that's 65, 75, 85, I guess. I was almost 3 years old, and you knew he had a brother. You knew I was his brother.
Yes, but what's the point?
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
I have no idea, but I'm not eligible, but you are. And if you know, caller 12, 855-839-1210. You will get a pair of tickets to see the Dirk Quinn Band's Scabby Toad, a unique musical adventure with a reimagining of the Beatles' Abbey Road at the Zlock Performing Arts Center. You guys know it well, on the campus of Bucks County Community College. It's coming up on January 31st. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Best of luck. See if we get our winner.
And by the way, that movie was #1 on this day in '89.
So is this a Phil selection or is this a Jimmy Kelly
It was a
pick?
combination.
Oh,
but
it was a collaboration.
Yeah, it was a collaboration.
Okay.
I love Tom Cruise.
Can I throw a flag on that? Are you sure 89, not 88?
Ooh. Yes, it could have came out in '88, but it was #1 top grossing movie this week in '89.
Rock and roll, Phil. Thank you, buddy.
There you go. So you're saying it came out in late '88. All right. Let's find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 22nd, we celebrate the birthdays of Steven Adler from Guns N' Roses and Steve Perry from Journey. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Michael Hutchins from INXS, Steve Riley from Keel and Wasp, and Sam Cooke. We also lost Garth Hudson, as Greg mentioned, from the band yesterday. Include Rich Girl by Hall & Oates in 77. Do You Believe in Love by Huey Lewis in 82. And Bringing On the Heartbreak by Def Leppard in the UK on the same day. Albums include Caught in a Mosh, BBC Live in Concert by Anthrax in 2007, Dystopia by Megadeth in 2016, and Long After Dark by Tom Petty in 1983. Also in 67, the Monkees performed for the first time. In 66, the Beach Boys recorded Wouldn't It Be Nice? In 89, Metallica's first music video for One made its debut. And yesterday, Billy Idol announced an upcoming tour with Joan Jett. They'll be here at the Man on August 16th. And actually also announcing a new tour, Nine Inch Nails will be here on August 27th. But lastly, on this day a year ago, today in music history on PHT began.
Wow.
So, as I teased yesterday, I thought I had a few awards.
Okay,
and actually
why not?
created awards, too.
What?
So, I'm going to do it hockey style since my side gig is a PA announcer for junior clubs in
Just
New
one
Jersey.
second, just real quick. Dawn, your show will start at 10:08 today.
I'm taking over the second. Okay, third star was easy. They give out 3 stars to every hockey game. Third star was easy. Anytime I mention a metal band, this person is mentioning metal. I know he mentioned Metallica earlier today, whether it's Venom, whether it's Maiden, whatever.
Yeah. Keep going. I was going to show the audience that you actually did like homework.
Yes, I
Look at
did.
this.
So Mango Mush gets our third
Wow,
star
very
for
nice.
the
Mango
first year.
Mush. Good job.
Our second
Mush.
star.
Next prop.
This one was actually pretty easy because on X he claimed doing today from this seat was a bucket list item. So if you claim that, Newman Price, you get my second star.
I feel like Vanna White right now.
And our first star created the whole fill time movement on YouTube. So Kimmy, you get the first star.
Well, there you
Wow,
go.
Kimmy,
And,
Mango Mush, and
Newman Price.
Newman Price. Very good.
All
For
right.
a Kayal company I fill up with.
Thank you, sir. Mike in Berlin, New Jersey, has identified the movie clip. Mike, what did we just play for you, sir?
Rain Man.
Rain Man.
Mike.
That is correct.
Woo-hoo.
Congratulations, Mike.
Yeah.
You are going on
Number 2,
January
that's my second
31st.
win.
Oh, you got
Wow,
2.
nice.
Okay.
Look at you.
All right.
Who
Nice
does
work.
number 2 work for?
Exactly. Still 3 behind Kevin Poles, and I think 4 behind Jesus from North Philadelphia.
Yeah.
He's got 6. All right. We've got like 6 seconds left. What is on tap for the Dawn Show? We find out right now.
We will tell you there's so much breaking Trump news right now and impacting Pennsylvania, impacting Philadelphia, New Jersey. So we'll have all of that breaking news right off the top. We have Terry Tracy, Broad and Liberty. I always learn so much from him.
Yep.
Brilliant guy. But he was at everything with Trump and the inaugural. He was in D.C., but last night he was in Harrisburg. So he's got the big scoop. He'll be at 11. And our Reverend, I believe our Reverend will be here. Sewell will be here 10:30. But he's got a lot of church stuff, so he'll be along. But a lot breaking, so we'll fit it all in.
All right. The Dawn Show, squeezing it all in 2 hours. Your boy's going to go squeeze one out. All right.
Oh, God.
I'm done.
Gross.
Everybody have a great
Wash your
rest
hands.
of your Wednesday. I've triggered enough people. Hopefully I'm invited back tomorrow.
No.
Dawn is next, as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
There are times where high standards are vital. For example, your football team wouldn't let just anyone start at quarterback. And should you let just anyone give you guidance? We don't think so. In fact, at California Psychics, 98%